You're muted, Mary.
I don't know about what kind of maybe. She didn't want to go in before long.
No, I would wait till it cools off.
I'll see if I can.
Good afternoon. It is 4:02. We do have a quorum present, so I will begin this meeting. Present are Evan Clapper, Greg Halliday, Gabriel Wojtek, Mary McGann as council members. We also have Chris Baird, our county council administrator, Quinn Hall, our clerk auditor, and we have some people for various presentations. I would like to open this meeting with a moment of silence in memory of the over 100,000 U.S. citizens who have died due to the COVID-19, as well as our nation that is reeling from the tragic death of George Floyd and the upheaval his death has created in our nation. We'll have a moment of silence. Thank you. Thank you very much. We will begin the meeting with citizens to be heard. We will also have a citizens to be heard opportunity at 6 o'clock. If you wish to be part of the citizens to be heard, please dial 669-900-6833. Meeting ID 865-4197-6587. Password 884209. Do we have any citizens to be heard? Chris, are there any citizens to be heard?
There is a phone number ending in
I think
38.
you're on mute. Chris, you're muted.
Am I muted?
Okay.
I can hear you,
There
Chris.
are no citizens to be heard.
Mary?
Mary.
Mary?
Oh, Caitlin?
Yes. Thank you.
not
My
hearing
name
anyone.
is. Can everyone else hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Caitlin Myers, and I am speaking in support Myself as an individual, not associated with any of the organizations that I am involved with. I'm speaking in support of the Strawburb PUD that is on the agenda to be voted on tonight. You all know me as an advocate for affordable housing, of course, but I'm primarily speaking about the PUD proposal because, and I support it because it simply meets the intention and the requirements of PUD ordinance outlined in the land use code. I am aware that there are a lot of public comments against this because of the density proposed with a few of the lots in the PUD. But I just wanted to point out that, first of all, the All-American Acres subdivision is surrounded by PUDs. There are 5 others within a half a mile of this. There are 2 PUDs that are, one is literally catty corner to this proposed development, and one is across the street. This development, while it is on one of the lots in this neighborhood, is kind of on the outskirts of it. And, you know, concerns about traffic on Easy Street, you know, because it's on the corner of Easy Street and Chapman, I think that there are a lot of ways to mitigate that. And it's, I think, in the county's best interest to approve, you know, lots that are on the street with the better use of public infrastructure. You know, and also this is not an increase in density. This is still the 5 units per acre that's required, that, you know, or the 1 unit per acre on the 5-acre lot. And, you know, just thinking about the people that would want to live in this subdivision, there are a lot of people in this community that don't want to have to maintain a 1-acre parcel. And I think that the county giving people an opportunity to simply maintain a 1/4 acre lot is, it's great to give people that opportunity if they want it. And so, I mean, those are kind of my overarching comments. I definitely implore you to approve this. I think that it's a great proposal. It's a great use of that property, and I would like to see it passed. So thank you.
Thank you,
Mary?
Caitlin. Yes, Chris. I
So
was
just
on, go ahead.
I just want to point out that our recent revisions to our policy regarding public comments, it gives the chair the discretion. It reads, the chair may at his or her discretion disallow comments on agenda items subject to previous public hearings. And I believe that it was the intention of our most recent policy revisions that the citizens to be heard allow comments on items that are on the agenda, but not necessarily those that were previously subject to a public hearing. If you remember, we've had some issues on previous public hearings where we've allowed the public hearing to continue without the applicant present, et cetera, and they weren't able to effectively respond. And so I just wanted to make it clear that our policy does give you, Mary, the chair, to allow or disallow comments during citizens to be heard at your discretion if they are subject to previous public hearing.
Yes, and that was my mistake because my computer, was silenced. I didn't realize it until I couldn't hear anyone, and by the time I had it to where I could hear, I realized the comment was on the public hearing. From this point forward, if we are making a decision on a previous public hearing, I will announce during citizens to be heard that we will not be receiving comments concerning the items that were on the public hearing during the previous meetings. So I apologize. If I'd been able to hear what was going on, I would have jumped in sooner. So thank you. Any other citizens to be heard on items that were not on the public hearing agenda last meeting? We will ask for citizens to be heard again at 6 o'clock. Thank you. We are now moving to approval of minutes. Approval of minutes for May 19th, May 28th, and May 29th of 2020. Do I have a motion?
I will make a motion, Mary.
Thank you, Jaylyn. Jaylyn has
I'm-
joined the meeting. Thank you.
I move to approve the minutes from May 19th, 2020 County Council meeting, May 28th, 2020 special meeting, and May 29th, 2020 joint special meeting.
Thank you, Jaylyn. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Greg Halliday. Discussion.
None.
Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. We are to ratification of payment of bills. We have-
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I haven't seen any of the bills.
they were in an email sent out today. Wasn't it today? I believe so. We have the bills for 6/2/2020 and the Thompson Springs one and 5/5/2020. So did everybody else receive them?
Yeah,
So Mary, I received them, but I guess Tuesdays are a really bad day for me to receive extra material, as I'm sure you're all feeling the same way. So I didn't get a chance to even open those documents. So I may be recusing myself on the vote.
Mary,
Evan?
I'd like to make a motion.
Yes.
I move that we approve the Grand County bills for a total bills of $192,468.53. Total payroll for $247,476.52 for total bills and payroll of $439,945.05 for June 5th, 2020.
Okay, motion by Evan Clapper. Do I have a seconded by Gabriel Wojtek? Discussion. Seeing none, I will call for a roll call vote. Evan Clapper,
Yes.
Greg Halliday,
Aye.
Gabriel Wojtek,
Aye.
Jaylyn Hawks,
Abstain.
Mary McGann, yes. The motion passes 4 yeses and 1 abstention, Jaylyn Hawks. And it is difficult to get them at such a late date. Do we want to approve the bills for 6/2/2020? Evan Clapper?
If I may, I
Yes.
would move to approve the bills for 6/2/2020. Total bills of $800,755.10. Total payroll $446,466.43 for total bills and payroll for $1,247,221.53.
Motion by Evan Clapper. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Greg Halliday. Discussion. Roll call vote. Evan Clapper,
Yes.
Greg Halliday,
Aye.
Gabriel Wojtek,
Aye.
Jaylyn Hawks,
Abstain.
Mary McGann, yes. Motion passes 4 yeses, 1 abstain, Jaylyn Hawks. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Is this body able to ratify the Thompson Springs Fire District bills?
I discussed it with our county administrator, and we decided it'd be best to do that when we're wearing our Thompson Springs hat. So we will approve those during our next meeting, Thompson Springs meeting.
Thank you.
We are now moving to council member disclosures. Do we have?
Madam Chair, I'm very sorry to interrupt, but this is Dan Kent. And I was trying to be a citizen to be heard and was on the meeting the full time, but I could not get my computer to unmute. So I had to call back, and I don't know if it's too late now, but I won't be able to speak at 6, and I feel I have some meaningful comments.
Are they comments regarding the
They're
public
regarding the funding
hearings?
for the tourism. No,
Excuse me?
they're regarding the grant seeking opportunities for the Travel Council.
Okay, yes. Yes, Kent, you may give your comments. Try to keep them at 2 minutes.
All right, thank you so much. Please let me know when 2 minutes are gone, and I will be done. I appreciate the opportunity. So again, this is Dan Kent, and I've lived in Moab for 37 years. I live on corner First North and 400 East. I have been massively impacted by tourism already in Moab. I and hundreds of my friends who have lived here for decades as well are completely exhausted, primarily by the motorized recreation that's been encouraged massively recently by the Travel Council. Unfortunately, they've been extremely successful at their job recently. And it's seriously impacting our quality of life. And now I'm here asking you to not approve any further funding, particularly since in 2019, we were talking about how we were already being overrun. I don't see why 2021 would not be any different. Arches National Park shut down in the first 3 hours of being open this year. We have too much tourism. And just like any other good thing, like a glass of wine, when somebody's had too much, you don't offer them more. I certainly do not want to see any more funding for adding more to the tourist problem that we already have. I would call it the problem that we have. Tourism is not great for the economy. That's where I started at. But the people are still getting paid. What I did as a guide when I moved here back in 1986, they're still getting the same daily rate as a starting rate. So I don't think tourism jobs are great. I don't think it makes sense to defend them. And I'm actually really offended by the idea that we need to defend the opportunity for people to do every kind of recreation imaginable, particularly the motorized recreation that's happening in our town that has completely disrupted our quality of life, our quiet streets, and our quiet backcountry. Not
10
to mention
seconds.
what's happening. 10 seconds, thank you. So I don't think that you should aid and abet Moab's drunken and out of control tourist program. We need to seek better jobs and at least be specific about not funding motorized recreation before approving something like this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other citizens to be heard that weren't able to get on? Okay, we will move back to council disclosures. Do we have any council members that have a disclosure?
None pertinent to this agenda for me.
Thank you. I do not see any council.
Whoa, I'm sorry. I was waiting for you to call on me, Mary. My
Oh, I'm
mistake.
sorry.
I do have a disclosure to make. I am the owner of a B&B that is heavily dependent on tourists coming and frequenting it.
Thank you, Jaylyn.
Chair,
Anyone
if I may,
else? Yes, Gabriel.
we just wanted to disclose that I am a former employee of the Community Rebuilds Affordable Housing nonprofit organization, and also was a homeowner recipient of that program in 2017, but don't retain any formal ties to the organization at this time.
Thank you, Gabriel. Very good. Thank you. We are to general council reports and future considerations. Evan.
Yes, I met with the hotspot group. We had a field trip downtown. I'll let the chair of that committee report more if he.
I don't see him on the meeting at this point.
In regards to our field trip, we were looking at off Main Street parking. We were looking at places to utilize the template in front of City Hall, on some other side streets where they would be wide enough for possible median parking down the middle. We looked at UDOT is pretty strong that it's inevitable, maybe not now, but at some point that Main Street parking will have to decrease. And so we're looking at ways to mitigate that, possible traffic flows on other downtown streets. It was a good brainstorming session. It was pretty informal, so it was easy to just kind of let ideas and conversation flow. And it was I would say a good use of time. It's we're still feeling pressure to meet the time constraints of that group. It's a lot of cooks in the kitchen, so trying to figure out working with UDOT and achieving their goals while achieving our community's goals of a livable, enjoyable downtown with a major highway, basically an interstate disguised as a main street, and kind of how to make all those players happy. It's a bigger undertaking than I was expecting, honestly. Obviously, I attended a joint meeting with the city and town of Castle Valley. Thank you for putting that together. I think that was also beneficial. I really appreciate the effort that the Park Service has put into planning and keeping their employees safe, and I obviously support them in that effort. Also met with the Dalton Wells field trip. As we know, the potential Raptor State Park did not receive funding this last legislative, but some of those plans are still kind of moving forward. And so just kind of having boots on the ground and touring that area was beneficial for me. That really is a world-class site out there. And it's been a long time since I was out there without a bunch of campers around. And so it was enjoyable to look at it through a slightly different lens. And I got to find some dinosaur bones. So that was good. And I think that we'll hear from the library later. And that is all I have to report now. Oh, actually, future consideration. I might as well jump into it now. We've had that back and forth of trying to be a coordinating partner with the BLM. I just stumbled upon another announcement that they're looking at closing some roped access, roped activities in the Mineral Bottom area. And it's strange to me that they've singled out one user group and not other user groups for some wildlife protection. And so I just wanted to give the rest of the council a heads up that I hope to dig into that more and kind of get a better understanding of the BLM's considerations for, identifying this one user group as opposed to all user groups in protecting the wildlife. I applaud them for addressing wildlife concerns and hope that we can meet that goal in an equitable, fair way. And so I will circle back with you guys later as I learn more about that. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Thank you, Evan. Greg Halliday?
Yeah, I attended the 2 special meetings we had last week. Also attended the museum board on the 20th. They elected Dennis Brown as chairman for another 3-year term. Let's see, the travel council under Elaine was going to locate a marker to the corner of the museum building. It'd be nice if Elaine would mention that. I couldn't remember what the marker was for, but anyway, that they were talking about putting that on the corner of the building. They're looking at trying to get some additional business support. And evidently there was a Basque sheep herder in Grand County in the early days, and they're looking to find out some more about the sheep herder. Want to when we start looking at the CARES funding from federal funding, the organizations that have been impacted by COVID-19 want to remember the museum, if at all possible. Let's see, we're the museum is working on doing some grant applications. They're moving some more items out of storage where possible. And trying to reinvigorate old members to bring them back into the fold and get them to support the museum. And that's all I've got, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gabriel Wojtek.
Hey there, thank you. On May 20th, I attended a virtual meeting for the Moab Area Watershed Partnership, otherwise known as MOP. That's led by Arnie. The Watershed Management Plan continues to make, I think, good progress piece by piece. That's going to be finalized, I think, hopefully by the end of this year. Mila and I have been given sort of access to provide some feedback as those pieces are drafted up. The groundwater management plan has kind of been on hold. There was this transition in the state water engineering office. Their old engineer retired, brought in someone new, and I think we're just awaiting the opportunity to have a public meeting with the newly installed official to discuss the USGS reports and just review and analyze how they will inform the groundwater management plan. And at the upcoming July 15th Moab Area Watershed Partnership meeting, which will likely or is hopefully going to be an in-person live meeting, is the idea there. They are going to have the final presentation by Mark Stilson of the Division of Water Quality to give a summary of the groundwater monitoring project. So I would encourage anyone interested in that public meeting on July 15th. That's going to be kind of the summary of the third presentation of 3 in that groundwater monitoring project, where they're looking at a lot of the wells here in the valley and the historic, the historic levels and all of that really important information in terms of seeing where things are at here. May 26th.
Excuse me, Gabriel, did you have a time for that meeting on the 15th?
No time yet.
Okay, thank you.
Four Corners Behavioral Health meeting and the Southeastern Utah Health Department meeting. I attended both of those back to back on May 26th. Four Corners is going to revisit by the end of June. They're going to revisit moving forward with the new Moab facility. That's kind of been put on pause during the COVID pandemic. But they're doing really great work. Treatment services haven't gone down. We'll hear from Karen at this meeting. The 3/4 of the Grand County staff is working from home and delivering telehealth services. And it turns out that mental health services have been making use of telehealth for at least 15 years now. So they're pretty well acquainted with that format. So the therapists are exceeding standards and they're doing a great job at Four Corners. As far as the health department, supporting final steps in working with the Division of Water Quality to allow the health department, the Southeastern Utah Health Department, to manage gray water systems in this jurisdiction. So that's been kind of ongoing. It feels like it's been at least a few years now that Orion's really been spearheading that. So it seems like that's, at least one more letter of support was sent out, and hopefully it's getting closer. WIC participation is up 11%. Always good to see people who qualify for that accessing that program. And just a heads up that there will be the state is going to come down with event guidelines that will be forthcoming for the state for holding, I guess, what you might consider events or larger public gatherings. And so that should be kind of interesting. That was just brought to my attention at that meeting, and we'll see what comes with that. That's all I have for now.
Thank you, Gabriel. Jaylen Hawks?
Yes, thank you. I had a light meeting load because Mary graciously attended the AOG meeting for me, so I'll let her can't report on that. The Housing Authority meeting was canceled. Planning Commission had a very short agenda, very brief for a change. And the main outcome of that is going to be an item on today's agenda, discussion item. I also attended the two special meetings last week. Appreciate all of the collaboration and getting things done in our county that need to be done. I also attended the Arches Hotspot meeting as well as the field trip. And the challenge there is going to be coming up with a main project that will address UDOT's main priority, which is congestion. We have some good projects, 3 of them. I think we combined 2 into 1, so we had 4, we've now got 3. Any project all by itself does not do much at all to move the needle on congestion. So it's going to be a challenge, but as Evan reported, one thing that would terrifically relieve congestion is to remove parking or greatly decrease parking on Main Street. It is an interstate. It's probably I don't know, it's probably not the only one in the country that has parking on the interstate, but it is kind of an odd thing that we're dealing with. So just plugging away on that and hoping for a great outcome. I believe that is all for me.
Thank you, Jaylen. Thank you, Jaylen. As Jaylen mentioned, I attended the ALG meeting, and I think we should all thank Jaylen for taking on that responsibility. It's a very important meeting, and it's very time consuming and involves a tremendous amount of reading. So Jaylen, I really appreciate you, leading us through, through that. So thank you. What was discussed at the meeting was the revolving loan fund will receive, unless something very odd happens, at least $600,000 from the $1,000 from the CARES Act, without the need of matching funds. The awarded money is to be used to give low interest loans to people and businesses adversely affected by the COVID-19. Traditionally, the money that the interest from loans created are used to pay for the administrative cost of giving these loans out. But because of the low interest, which will help the people who are receiving the loans, but will not cover the need to pay the salaries of the individuals administrating the loan. So the board voted to let the ALG keep the funds we gave, which Grand County, it was, I wrote it down. I think we gave $8,000 to help for the match, but they will keep that to pay for the administration of this $600,000 to give to people who have been adversely affected by the COVID-19. It looks like the CIB is up and running again. They, Green River asked for a loan for infrastructure for low-income housing, and the board decided to send an approval, a recommendation of yes on that. Their budget will not have to be amended this year, although they will be, like all of us, with less money. But 2 programs, the Rural Diversification Program and the Housing Rehabilitation Program, could not be completed, so the money is still there, so it can be rolled over. thus they're going to be able to make it through this year at this point without having to amend their budget. There has been from the revolving fund loan, Grand County has received a total of $110,000 and a balance of 14,000. So that's really good news. We've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 businesses in town who have received money. That was a brief summary of the many things that happened in that meeting, but a lot of it was just budget and approval minutes. On Monday the 1st, I visited with Representative John Curtis and Jake Bornstein about the temporary timed entry plan. On Wednesday, the May 27th, 6 cars at the Moab UMTRA project, train cars, came slightly off the track. It took 2 days for the cars to be properly realigned on the track, keeping Wednesdays and Thursdays tailing shipments from being shipped. There was no injuries or none of the project's facilities were damaged. And then I also attended the Dalton Wells field trip. It's very exciting. I'm looking forward to moving forward with that project. So that is my report. County Council Administrator Chris Baird.
You guys mind if I jump in before Chris? Because I just have a super quick update.
Yeah, because it's elected official reports next. So Chrissy, go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to report that I've been working with the city police and the sheriff's office on the Black Lives Matter protests that have been going on all week and are culminating in a march of sorts Friday at 6 p.m., I believe. This issue, and I do appreciate the moment of silence, Mary, that we began with for George Floyd. I think it's very important. The country is really hurting right now on so many levels. We do have a couple of local sponsors organizing events for Black Lives Matters, and they have been meeting out in front of the Visitor Information Center each evening. The city police and the sheriff's office are participating in that community conversation. They've been stopping by to just lend support to the effort. We have been closely following folks that are involved and also commenting on Facebook and those sorts of things. There are definitely people who are from outside the community who are also involved in this effort. So I do hope that everything stays peaceful, and I'm sure it will. We're a little community with a big heart. We do have an operations plan for Friday, and I am hopeful and confident that it will be a great moment for the community to come together. Thanks.
Thank you, Chrissy. Chris Baird.
Okay, so last week we had our auditors down for our 2019 annual audit, and so we're real busy, Quinn and I, and the clerk's office pulling that all together. We were able to close 2019, and that's important because we're going to have to do a pretty significant budget amendment for 2020. And so I wanted to share with you the preliminary ending fund balances from 2019. I'm going to see if I can get this screen to switch over here. Can you all see the screen with the fund balances on it?
Yes.
So we actually closed out 2019 reasonably well. Our fund balance stayed pretty close to what it was for the general fund going into 2019 and both coming out. We added about 48,000 to the fund balance. So we have close to $4.25 million in our general fund balance. We also were able to send $400,000 of general fund money to our stormwater mitigation fund. The TRCC fund closed out with about 175,000. There's about $75,000 in our weed grants that should be transferred over to the general fund to offset some weed salaries in the general fund. The impact fee fund owes the general fund for the sheriff's remodel project at the old library. And so we were able to transfer that balance if we needed, 66,000. Our courthouse debt, this doesn't relate to the general fund, but it's important to bring up. Courthouse debt is about $703,000 fund balance. We have, each payment is close to 200,000 and we have 3 payments left. And so I think I'll suggest to Quinn and the council that we actually cancel the property tax levy for the courthouse debt 3 years early, because we've got enough money in fund balance to make those last 3 payments. And so, you know, that either will reduce the property tax burden on our citizens, you know, or the council might consider if they want to tag that 200,000 on a general operations. It would be able to kind of make up some of the shortfall we're experiencing without increasing the property taxes collections that we were approved last year. Also, general fund capital projects had 344,000 in it, which was set aside for capital projects, but you know, in times like this, we could pull it and use it for operations. All these fund balances could be used to make up for the revenue shortfall. I did want to kind of set a target for a minimum fund balance in the general fund to maintain. And so I set a target of about 2 million, which would give us, you know, a reasonable comfort zone for cash flow purposes. And so if we pull across everything that we would be able to use to offset lost revenue due to COVID in 2020, it adds up to about 3,323,000 that we could use to offset lost revenues, making use of all these fund balances, rainy day fund, et cetera. So that's pretty good, better than I was expecting. There's also fund balances in a lot of the other funds that could similarly take up any lost revenues associated with COVID. Active trails and transportation. Most of this 597,000 is what we've saved up for our trail maintenance. And so, you know, if we spend that, we'll probably down the road need to replenish it because it's saved up for asphalt, crack sealing, all kinds of maintenance on the bridges and pathways, but could be used in the interim to cover shortfalls. Sand Flats has a pretty healthy fund balance. The library's got some fund balance as well. Thompson Fire's got a little fund balance. 911 emergency funds. You know, that there's only really half of one employee's salary in there, but it could help. B Road's got pretty healthy fund balance and they can cover their, you know, some shortfalls there as well. The Travel Council's got a reasonably healthy fund balance at 600,000, but they're going to get hit probably harder than anybody else in terms of just reductions in revenue. And so, you know, from the standpoint of maintaining cash flow, 350,000 would be the kind of the minimum, which leaves us with about 1050,000 to spend out of the fund balance to offset lost revenue. But we'll probably, you know, be looking at a pretty a considerably greater loss of revenue than that in 2020. And so let's see, I'm going to try to stop sharing this and pick a different one real quick. I want to show you also, we just got in our sales and use tax revenues for March, which was the first month that we were closed, I believe like March 17th. So those came in. I want to give some comparison to 2019 so we can kind of see what we're heading into in terms of revenue loss. Just give me a sec to pull that up. All right, so I realize this is a lot of numbers, but I'm going to do some comparisons here. We're looking at comparisons between November 2018 and November 2019. And so we were on track back in November with what I was generally expecting. I generally expect to see between 5 and 8 to 9% growth on average, and that's what we were looking at back in November. In December, we saw a dip of about 6.5%, it looks like. I'm not sure what that's relating to. And then in January, we were back on track, looking about 112% growth over 2019. And then in February, we saw, the beginnings of the effects of COVID and dropped about 14.5% from 2019 collections in February. And then March, of course, when it got serious, we lost about 48% of our revenue for sales, use, and excise taxes. So that represents a loss in 2020, and this is versus 2019, not versus the budget. Of course, we budgeted actually 5 to 8% growth. And so the actual loss against the budget's greater, but the loss relative to 2019 revenue, so, at the end of March is 546,000 so far. So I had previously guesstimated a loss of about 60% in March, and so, or a loss of 40% in March, and we ended up with a loss of about 48%. So we're close to about half of our sales and use tax revenues, and so that's a pretty precipitous decrease. It was more than I was expecting, and so it makes me pretty fearful for April and May. We're about 2 months behind in collections, and so it's going to take another month before I get April, and then another month after that before I see May. But I'm expecting, if March was open for half of the month and April was entirely closed, then April is going to be dismal. I'm expecting probably more around 20% in April. So that's just some actual revenue figures are starting to roll in. We did start to see, a drop actually quite a ways before closures started. And so I assume that that's relative to just, international decreases in travel and visitation in general. And I'm sure that that carried through in the beginning of March, even before our closures as well. So I think what one of the things that I need to know from the council actually tonight is, whether or not you want me to advertise, and I'll have to do it tonight, send it to the paper, advertise a public hearing for a budget amendment for June 16th. And the reason why we would maybe want to do that is because we have to certify the property tax rate second meeting in June. And so if the council wanted to amend the budget, amend the certified tax rate, they would have to hold a public hearing that same night. And so we would, in order to meet the noticing deadlines, I'd have to get something into the paper tonight so we can get it out on Thursday. And so that's something I think that I would need some direction from the council on. As you recall, last year we advertised a property tax increase and then knocked it up back by over $1 million. And again, we're going to cancel that. I think we should cancel that GO bond levy. And so the 200,000 that would normally go to that could theoretically also be moved over to general operations without actually altering the total collections that we approved last year in the budget. But, I understand that there's a lot of sensitivity to those concepts also. So I don't want to go through the process if we don't have a majority of council that would even be interested in addressing the property tax issue. And if not, it would actually be advantageous for me to have more time, because obviously 2 weeks is not a lot of time to totally redo a budget that took me 5 months to build in the first place. there's any, maybe I'll just ask the council members now, if you have any thoughts. Like I say, if we're going to do it, I'd have to get that notice into the paper tonight.
And
And-
that's a one window thing. We have to hit that date, or it's like we couldn't notice it in another 2 weeks for 2 weeks later.
No, because the certified tax rate has to be approved, and that's when we theoretically, we approved it back in December, but we have until the deadline for certifying the certified rate in the middle of June to amend the budget. If we can only go up to the amount that we advertised in Truth and Taxation, so there's those limits. But typically, whatever gets passed in December is what carries through. And so, this is unusual circumstances, but
And have you got,
certified rate has to be approved second meeting in June by
and
statute.
have you run the calculations from what we're expecting from the first round of the CARES Act?
I think we're at Grand County will be eligible, I believe, for around 400,000. I'd have to look, but we haven't got the check yet. I heard that it may have been cut last Friday, but we haven't received anything yet. But by the calculations that I saw, Grand County would be in the 400,000 to 500,000 range, but it's subject to a lot of limitations, and so I don't think that Grand County would be able to put all of that 400,000 to use. Maybe so. We'll try, but the limitations on expenditures are going to be, direct costs associated with the mitigation, prevention, or treatment of COVID-19, and so we don't have a tremendous number of those direct expenses. But if, we're allowed to include all the staff time that's gone into COVID-19 and those are approved, then it could be much more helpful. But it's kind of unclear at this point whether or not those hours really need to be like overtime or unbudgeted entirely hours, or if hours that were budgeted but sort of taken over by COVID related activities are eligible. We've been tracking all of that, but we don't know until we submit for reimbursement what we're really going to get back.
Well, and if I could weigh in there, because I've been working with the Chris's on that. Chris Kaufman's been working on it a lot as well. And to clarify what I think Chris is saying about the first round is the stimulus relief 3, we are eligible for about 1.2 million, and they're going to distribute that in a few checks. And so that first check is supposed to be cut this month. And the US Treasury did just release some new guidance, and it does look like we can use it for payroll, even budgeted payroll for COVID managers. And but where we are with it is Utah doesn't have their audit system set up yet, and we will absolutely have to indemnify the state and reimburse the state if expenses are not qualified. So we're still working that out, but I am, and it includes economic development. So I am hopeful and somewhat confident that we will be able to pay a decent amount of payroll of some of our, that includes law enforcement, a bunch of the sheriff's office would be COVID management. I believe Chris's salary, my salary, Zachariah's salary. So there's a lot there to work with, maybe not 100% of those salaries, but all of, basically our biggest salaries, I think will all be eligible.
So just a point of clarification, the 1.2 million is the total going to Grand County, including the municipal portion? So
it's not. No, I did the calculations myself, and the city gets their own. So the county gets 175 per resident. Residents in the unincorporated county and for residents in the city, we get 87.50, and then the city gets the other 87.50. So when I did that from our population, I got over $1 million just for the county.
They sent us a spreadsheet on what we were getting, and it wasn't that. I'll send it to you.
Okay, thanks.
It was about 1.2 million total between all the municipalities in Grand County.
Okay, well,
Um,
that's a big difference then.
So anyway, I mean, we can verify all that, but long story short, we don't know entirely what's going to be eligible for reimbursement, but we are tracking all of our direct expenses plus any time that anybody spends working on COVID-related issues. And we'll submit we'll submit all those, and if they fly, they fly. We do have to remember that I think, and I've already seen quite a few requests come in from the health department, for instance, and several other entities. Some of these other government entities that are going to be impacted by COVID-19 are expecting that CARES Act money will pass through Grand County to them as well. So just anticipate that we're going to be getting requests from other entities for that CARES Act funding because it's coming to us, it's coming to the cities. And the state legislature is expecting us to be the pass-through to those political subdivisions below us.
And
So be
Chris,
prepared for that.
Yes, Evan?
I was just gonna ask, you've got these numbers about our revenues. Do you have any numbers showing the changes in our expenses with the furloughs and such since February?
So those were provided at the last meeting that we had. Renee
Right.
provided those. I don't have them up right now, but we did provide those at the last meeting.
Yeah,
I think it was close to $1 million between the hiring freeze and the furlough savings.
and so, yeah, I think that's great. I think that's been good efforts. And to your point of, not wanting to go down this rabbit hole if it's not going to have support of the council, I think that the majority of us would not like to see an amendment if we can avoid it. And but this is kind of the first time that we're seeing these numbers here tonight. So with the time sensitivity, I don't want to like close that door if we need to advertise tomorrow in order to keep that option open. But I also don't want to send you reworking a whole budget if we can, scrape by for this year and figure out where we're at next year's budget process. So I guess without having those numbers from last week kind of side by side here, how close or confident are you that we could pull this off?
Well, I mean, it would be it'd be more comfortable if I had April numbers in front of me, because that's really going to be the hardest hit month, but it's going to be a whole nother month before we get April. These March figures just barely showed up within the last couple days. Like I said, we don't really get these posted until about 2 months after the fact. And so these just showed up. We won't have April until another month from now.
Okay.
And so I think I'm kind of forced to just, prognosticate these losses to a degree. But yeah, I mean, if I have to do a budget amendment a full budget amendment in 2 weeks, that's pretty much going to be, all I do for the next 2 weeks overtime, which is fine. I mean, I'll do it. It's just a matter of, the question really is, do you want the option to amend? Would anybody take seriously the option to amend the certified tax rate or not? And if you want to maintain that option, then we'll have to get through the budget amendment process in the next 2 weeks, because that's the deadline for certifying the tax rate.
Yeah, no, I get that. And I mean, I think that we do want to avoid amending it, but if it's amend the budget or bankrupt the county, we don't want to bankrupt the county either. And so,
Well, it depends on how far you want to go. I mean, if we're talking about just, transferring that $200,000 from the
The jail.
you know, the GO bond over to general operations, you know, that's kind of a minor change anyway. I mean, it's helpful, but it's not gonna like be a make it or break it element. You know, we're really looking at a shortfall that, you know, is gonna probably not be fixed just by property tax alone either. So, I mean, every bit will be helpful, but I guess you have to also take into consideration the impact to the property owners and their position with all this as well, you know. And so I think that it's not, you know, it's kind of a question for the elected officials in the legislative body, because you're the, you know, ultimate holders of the purse strings, so to speak. And so I think the question ultimately is, do you want to, you know, pass on Grand County's COVID burden onto the property owners, or just figure out some other way to deal with it?
Is Chris Kaufman on the call by any chance? Is he here?
I don't, let me.
I didn't
can't
see
recall
him.
what I meant. I guess and let me just scroll down real quick. There's the visual. I mean, but yeah, March, you can see we're about 50% of where we were. So I'm going to unshare this screen so I can see who's on. It's hard for me to see. So I don't think that.
I don't think he is. My feelings are, I'm really uncomfortable because Grand County has been hit so hard. I mean, we've been the hardest hit as far as unemployment. And so I'm really hesitant to put the tax burden onto our citizens. But at the same time, I don't, like Evan said, I don't want to bankrupt the county. That's why I was going to ask Chris Kaufman. Yes? What were
Well, I
you gonna
think
say?
that, you know, Chris indicated before that he wanted to leave all options open. You know, and advertising a public hearing doesn't require that you do anything in particular. But you do have to hold a public hearing and go through the process if you want to amend the budget. And so, and it's you know, you'd have to amend the budget to actually change the certified tax rate. You know, I think that given the circumstances, I'd probably pass on the idea of increasing the property tax rate myself. But then again, you know, I might take that back a month from now when I really get into the into the full reality of it. But I think a lot of people are going to be in the same situation that we're in. You know, really far, you know, looking at big deficits in their lives and in their expenses, and they're going to have to figure out a way to make ends meet. And I think we're just going to have to do the same thing, whatever it takes. And so
what I'm hearing from you is that we just at this move forward and make ends meet however we can without putting any extra burden on the taxpayers.
that'll be my recommendation.
Well, I'm very hesitant. I do not feel comfortable putting any extra burden on the taxpayer. So I guess that's my 2 cents. Jaylyn, do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, no, I'm not muted. Okay. So I'm normally one who likes to preserve all options. But on the other hand, I don't really want to pass the burden on to the taxpayers either. I feel like we're all kind of in the same boat. We need to balance our budgets however we can. I guess my question for you, Chris, as you mentioned the $200,000 from Oh, yeah, the GO bond. To transfer that over, do we need to have a public hearing and amend the budget? Because I do agree that every little bit helps.
Yeah, we would need to, because right now it's budgeted to go into, we're budgeted to draw that $200,000 for the GO bond. And so if we do that, you can't spend it on anything other than that. And so we would have to cancel out that GO bond, which I think we need to do anyway, regardless, because we have enough money to pay the remainder of the payments, or very close to it. If we, we may have to have a very minimal collection of maybe 10,000. I'll have to do the math, but it's virtually paid off using the fund balance. So the question would be, would you use the latitude in what we advertise for a property tax increase to just move that same amount over to the GO, or not the GO, but the general operations budget? But we wouldn't be able to just leave it the way it is, because the 200,000 right now is budgeted to go to the debt, the courthouse debt. And if we move like that, then it has to go to the courthouse debt. But then it would just be, there's no point in collecting that, because the courthouse debt is going to be paid off using the fund balance.
Right. I guess then my opinion would be to go ahead and advertise for the public hearing and do minimal, very minimal changes to the budget. I don't suppose canceling that GO thing off of the tax burden. Never mind. I haven't formulated the question appropriately yet.
Yeah,
So
I think that we could probably cancel the GO bond without having a public hearing, because we're reducing the amount as opposed to increasing it. I guess I'd have to double check, but I'm pretty sure that we'd be able to cancel that without a public hearing, because we're eliminating it as opposed to, increasing it. And I think that it's really only kind of necessary if we're looking at increasing any property tax collection budget that we go through that process. But I have conferred, with the tax commission on that, and yeah, they've indicated that, even though there's no law that requires that we stop collecting that money once our fund balance hits the point where the remainder can be paid off, that it's the right thing to do, because we, that's what we collected it for. And so over the course of 30 years, penalty and interest and all that can adds up to that amount.
So you're saying we would not need to have a hearing to just transfer those funds?
No, we would. To transfer them, we would. To cancel it, we
don't.
wouldn't. So yeah, to transfer it, we definitely would, because we'd be increasing the general operations budget by that amount.
And is that, would that have to be done? Would that have to be done during the second meeting in June, or can that be done later?
Has to be, it would all have to be done at the second meeting in June, because that's when the deadline is to pass the certified tax rate. Once you pass the certified tax rate, there's no ability after that to amend it. It's set after that.
So it sounds like we would have to have a hearing, even if the hearing wasn't going to affect the tax rate of our citizens, but would be affecting how we're shuffling the money, in a sense, putting the money.
Yeah, because they're separate line items in the property tax collections, and so it'd be shifting the 200,000 from that debt, courthouse debt, to the general operations budget. And so yeah, you would have to have a public hearing to increase the general operations budget.
So then it seems like we would need to do that, just to even do that one adjustment. We would have to have a public hearing.
If you wanted to transfer it. If you want to just get rid of the levy and call it good, then I don't think you have to have a public hearing.
Which do you suggest? Just canceling it? Or
Well, it's up to you. I mean, I would, if it's just, was my decision, I'd probably just cancel it and figure out other ways to make ends meet without increasing general operations. And the 200,000 probably isn't worth the pushback that we would get, quite honestly. And I think that, it'd be a notion of good faith to actually reduce property owners' tax burden this year. So I would probably I would probably leave it. I mean, we've got $1 million grant that's going to offset about $800,000 worth of general fund expenses for the airport as well. We've got 3.3 million in rainy day funds that can go into the offset. We've already saved about $1 million in furloughs and hiring freezes. That's not taking into account the money that we can save from eliminating planning projects and unnecessary, capital upgrades that can wait. And so
I don't think we, for me, I don't want to.
To try to work it out and to make cuts instead of increasing the general operations levy.
Well, let's find out.
I also double checked. So Chris, I have that spreadsheet from UAC and we are eligible for 1.2 million. Talks about our total distribution, the county tab, and then they're distributing it in 3 checks, which was, that information was sent in a different email from UAC from Brandy. So then there's the 400,000 is the first distribution in June. And then if you do the math, and I just did the math again, which I've done before, we are eligible for 1.2 million. We still don't know exactly what that means, like we discussed, and maybe some SSDs will win some of that money too, but there's that.
Yeah, and I think we have to take into account that the health department's going to need some expense reimbursement, and it's really intended not just for Grand County, and so I just got to keep that in mind. And a lot of it's actually intended to be passed through to small businesses as economic stimulus.
So let me get a feel for our council. Evan, what do you feel about advertising for a public hearing?
I am hesitant to ask for more from taxpayers, and I like the idea of reducing the operating costs in a way to give us all a break this year as well. So if we don't need a hearing to kind of play the shell game and rearrange the funds that we do have, I don't think we need to rush and do a bunch of rushed work in the next couple of weeks to prepare for a hearing. So I'm fine and not having the hearing and hoping for the best.
So that's one, no hearing. Greg, hearing or no hearing?
No hearing.
Gabe?
Yeah. I think it would be counterproductive to ask the citizens for a property tax increase.
Okay, thank you. Gabriel?
Yeah, I can't support an increase to the rate at this point. We're all in this together. It would feel too much like kicking people while they're down. But we all are in this together, and I think it's important to, as we're looking at the new budget year and sort of crafting that budget, we're clearly going to have to make a lot of cuts, and we're going to need the taxpayer to be understanding about the potential sort of decrease in levels of services, and sort of as we try to build that back up, we also are going to need support from the taxpayers in the future. So I think right now we're going to have to take the hit, but let's stay together moving forward.
Thank you. Oh, something happened. Chris?
Here, I think we're all still here.
Okay, I wonder where I am there.
I see you, Mary.
Okay, I can't see anybody. So anyway, I'll see if I can fix that. But Jaylyn, are you for public hearing or against?
I'm fine with not having it. I do have a question for Chris, though. Maybe I missed it, but what happens to that 200,000? Does that sit in limbo forever? Can it ever be used on another GO bond? What goes on with that?
So that general operations bond, I'm pretty sure that it passed by vote at some point in the past for the courthouse remodel 30 years ago or 27 years ago or whatever. And so it's very specific to that particular use that it passed. So when we cancel the levy, that's it, it's gone. There's no, you know, once it's paid off, it's paid off. So that particular levy and its purpose just disappears. So it can't be transferred or anything like that. It's its own line item on the property tax bill. And then, you know, if we cancel it, then it just goes away. And so that little piece of the property tax payment on everybody's bill will also just disappear. And the total collections will go down by, you know, that approximate $10,000 annual payment.
Okay,
But
thank
yeah,
you.
there's no capacity to transfer property taxes from one to the other because they're very specific to their individual purposes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And I am not comfortable with hearing. So it sounds like, Chris, we do not want to move forward with the hearing.
Okay.
Do you
Well, that
have
gives me more time then to, you know, dig into a budget amendment, but we still should, you know, move relatively quickly. And I think that, you know, considering that we're going to be starting the 2021 budget probably in September, you know, I think that during the 2020 amendment, you know, may require that I just expedite it myself, working with Quinn and Chris Kaufman, as opposed to pulling the budget advisory board together. I don't know how y'all feel about that, but it's a lot of work actually to put together all those meetings and do the agendas and then do all the noticing and all that kind of thing. So I guess, you know, I'm also asking for permission to just go ahead with the amendment. Just with me, the budget officer, Quinn, clerk auditor, and Chris Kaufman, the treasurer, and you know, work with the council that way, as opposed to having to go through the process of creating weekly meetings and pulling everybody together. I think it's a good process for, you know, coming up with the initial budget when you have the time to do so, 5 or 6 months, but you know, we've got a much more limited amount of time to redo it now. So that's another question I guess I have for the council.
I'm comfortable with you moving forward with you, Chris Kaufman, and Quinn for this budget process.
For 2020.
For 2020, yes.
And
Evan?
I'm still planning on the full, you know, just to clarify, I'm still planning on the full budget advisory board meetings as normal for 2020.
2021. This would be just for the amended budget.
Yeah.
Does anyone have any objections to Chris moving forward with just himself, Quinn, and Chris Kaufman for the amended budget?
I'm okay with that, but could you also send an invite to the council representatives and any pertinent department heads that may be affected? And if they can make it, they can make it. And if not, you have my blessings to go ahead.
Well, they won't likely be meetings, but I'm going to have to work with all department heads on their budget amendment individually. So it's not going to be, you know, every department head or anybody that's in charge of a budget is going to have to be involved. And, you know, and I'll probably have to come to the council too soon at some point and say, hey, you know, council department is going to have to make these cuts that are relative to whatever kind of cuts we need to make. So that's how I plan on doing it. Just go to, you know, the process is to first figure out what our, you know, losses and revenues are, establish, you know, where we're comfortable with diminishing our reserves and fund balances, you know, and I think that Chris Kaufman and I have already been in discussions about how far down we're comfortable drawing some of these fund balances for cash flow purposes and other purposes. But, you know, the first part is to really understand that revenue piece. And then once we understand that, given all the assistance from FEMA, from CARES Act, and from, you know, all the other avenues that we can find, including fund balance transfers, then we'll get an idea of how much we have to cut in expenditures. And so that's the process. Once I get to that point, then I'll go to each department and elected office and say, this is what we're looking at in terms of cuts. You know, come back to me with what you think is the best way to make those cuts.
Thank you. Thank you. So anybody else?
I'm good with it.
So Gabe, you're on the committee, aren't you? Budget.
Yeah, for 2021, yep.
So do you have an issue if I just move forward, sort of expediting the 2020 amendment without calling the Budget Advisory Board?
Yeah, I look forward to examining what you come up with, and you know, I'm sure and I expect that you'll, you know, be able to provide thorough explanation for anything, you know, any adjustments that you do have to make. Thank you.
So yeah, and just to be clear, the council has to approve the budget amendments. I can't do it by myself. So
right,
any budget amendment that increases, you know, or dramatically alters the budget, that's not just line item transfers, would have to be approved by the council. So something like this would certainly have to be approved by the council.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments?
Yeah, I'd just like to comment. I mean, I personally love the process, so I will miss it. I have full confidence in you and Chris and Quinn. I did run into our community representative, and that person was expecting a call any day now to meet so that he could help work through those issues. I think it would be really good to, after you have a handle on things and know how it's all going to go down, or suggest how it should go down. I think it would be a really good thing to have just a brief joint meeting with the council and budget advisory board, if that's not, you know, too much trouble.
Yeah, I mean, I think we could. I'm just thinking about it from the standpoint, if I started right now on a 2020 budget amendment, you know, and involved the budget advisory board, we would literally be meeting every week for the rest of the whole year. And that's a lot of work. It's, you know, I think it's a good process for the normal budget session, but it's actually a lot of work to put those meetings on, to do all the public notice, to draft minutes, to get the agenda packets together, that kind of stuff. And I think it would really, it just sounds like too much to deal with for a major budget amendment plus 2021 all wrapped up into one, you know?
Right. And I don't expect you to go through that process, but the joint meeting when it all is said and done would be great.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Is that good direction?
Yes, and you know, I guess the other thing to bring up, which I think we'll discuss later, is you know, and I've asked this of a lot of departments, and I'll talk about it during our leadership meeting later this week. But just, you know, the question of how do we want to plan our return, you know, to meetings in the council chambers, and you know, those kinds of things we can talk about. I think we're scheduled to talk.
That is on the discussion item. Rory Paxman has just joined the meeting. Hello, Rory. So yes, that's on the discussion item.
Okay.
Anything further?
No.
Quinn, did you have anything you needed to report on?
Nothing terribly important. Great thanks to Chris Kaufman. He went ahead and tracked down any delinquent property taxes so we can cancel the property tax sale this year. Thankfully, that's not hanging over our heads now. The upcoming election, other than that, I've just been working with Chris and the auditors in the last couple of weeks. So no tax sale this year.
Good.
And all I have.
Good, thank you. Thank you. So this moves to department reports, community and economic update on regional transportation plan. Zachariah Levine.
I'm gonna share screen here. Can you all see the cover page of this slide deck for the
Yes.
regional transportation plan? Okay, great. So, you know, it's 5:30 right now. I know there's a long agenda, so I will just make this very brief. I wanted to give you all a quick update on what's happening with the Moab Spanish Valley Regional Transportation Plan. As a reminder, this is a multi-agency long-range planning process that is happening due to the financial contributions of UDOT, the city of Moab, Grand County, San Juan County, and SITLA. And we have had weekly project management meetings. The project management team includes staff only. We have held one stakeholder meeting, which includes 20 to 25 stakeholders from the entire region, representing different jurisdictions, different development interests, different stakeholder groups. And the slide deck that I'm going to run through here is just a summary of what was presented at the last stakeholder meeting at the end of April. The next stakeholder meeting is tentatively set for June 25th at 2 p.m. And it's likely that that will still be a Zoom meeting and no in-person activities, but I think folks are remaining open to the idea that that's a slight possibility. Nevertheless, back in April, we brought our stakeholders together for the for their first look at the regional transportation plan, and we spent a lot of time just letting folks get to know each other. It was really important that everybody had a sense of who was going to participate in the stakeholder group. And we communicated to them what their role was. And we are going to share some additional information with the city and the county councils about how the project management team and the stakeholder team functions, as well as what our community engagement efforts will include. But by and large, as is the case in all stakeholder groups, the point is to make sure that the project team and the consultants are getting feedback from the various interests and stakeholder groups in our community, well, within the planning area. We want to make sure that as we communicate new ideas and new recommendations to them, that filtering through them out to their stakeholder groups, that we're on track. The other purpose for a stakeholder meeting is to make sure that those individuals are serving as ambassadors for the planning process, that they are checking in with the stakeholders that they are purportedly representing, and making sure that they are filtering up to the project team and the consultants the interests, concerns, desires of the stakeholders that they represent. So, you know, the goal of the plan is really to create a vision for the region that local government and agency stakeholders can implement. While we are focused on several short-term solutions, we also have a meaningful focus on getting bigger transportation projects on the state's transportation improvement plan, which is the only way to get funding from the state for big projects. Right now, neither the city nor the county have a single project on the STIP, and it's really important that we start getting projects on the state transportation improvement plan. We are definitely focusing on putting together a multimodal transportation master plan for the region, and we are trying to optimize economic development opportunities and quality of life for residents. Of course, we do need to remember that US 191 is a main focus of the regional plan, and as an interstate highway where a lot of interstate commerce travels through it, that's an important stakeholder as well. What the plan is not is equally important to what the plan is. And so we want to just make sure that everybody knows this is not a transit study. It's not a trails plan. This is not a bypass plan. It's not just a US 191 corridor study or a downtown plan. Now, there will be interactions with each of those concepts and important ideas and planning efforts, but this plan in and of itself is much bigger than any one of those individual plans. The study area is this southeastern portion of Grand County extending down into San Juan County, mostly to the Blue Hills Road. So think, Hole in the Rock area. We ran through prior efforts. We used some modern digital meeting techniques to elicit feedback from the group by putting out real-time surveys and then showing in real time the results in this graphics that are sort of aptly named Wordles. The size of the word indicates the level of frequency and response. So you can start to see from these graphics how the group was responding to the consultant in terms of the most pressing issues and goals, of course what's working well right now or what's not working well, and what people's ideal visions would be for the community using keywords and descriptors. So I won't go through all of these, but I did want to give the council an update on this process to make sure that you were aware it was going on and continuing. For some reason, my video is not going on for you, but I am here on video. And so I can answer any questions that you might have at this stage, but I also think, this early on, you may just want these sort of higher level updates.
Are there any questions? Thank you, Zachariah. Thank you very
Okay,
much.
and I'm going to leave for Chris and Mallory's sake, I'm going to leave the meeting and then come back in for the upcoming agenda items to see if I can get my video feed working.
Thank you, Zachariah. Okay, agency, we don't have any agency reports. We do not have any presentations. We are to general business action items and discussions. General business item E, approving for.
Mary, I'm sorry, before you do that, may I suggest a point of order that we move agenda item M, which is scheduled for later in the meeting, to just prior to agenda item I.
Before I.
Yes.
So you're making a motion
I
to move.
Yes.
To move agenda item M to right after H before I. Is that
Yes,
correct?
that's correct. So
That's
moved.
motion by Jay Lynn. Yes.
Chris.
Chris, do it.
So I just wanted to bring up that you can table an agenda item without going through the motion now and a second and a vote. So I don't know if we want to consider that we're.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Although I think that you can basically rearrange the agenda without all that too. Just Mary just saying, is there any objection to moving item M forward on the agenda, which is the same as, tabling all the ones below it or whatever.
Right.
I'm just
Good
trying to point
point.
out that we went through the process to make these things more efficient, so.
Right.
Is there any objections to moving M to after item H?
No
Okay.
objection.
So that's after H, we will move to item M. Well, now we will go back to item E, approving Four Corners Community Behavior Health Incorporated for the year 2021 area plan. Karen Dolan, Executive Director.
Hi, thank you. Good afternoon. So I'm Karen Dolan. Melissa Huntington, my clinical director, is here also. And we're here to present our annual area plan. This is something we do every year. It's in statute that we write a plan. It's kind of our biggest grant outlining all the services we're going to provide for the upcoming year. Melissa is the primary author of this grant or plan. So we have presented this to our board of directors and they have vetted it and approved the plan. And now in our interlocal agreement, we take it to each and every county commission and county council for approval and signature. So that's what I'm here for.
Okay. Evan.
Just in order to get the discussion started, I would go ahead and make a motion. I move to approve the signing of the fiscal year 2021 area plan for Four Corners Community Behavioral Health Incorporated.
Motion by Evan Clapper. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Gabriel Wojtek. Okay, discussion.
We did receive this plan ahead of time. I appreciate that. It was plenty of time to review it. I love what you guys are doing. I'm so glad that you're offering these services to the community, and I wouldn't know what we would do without you. So thank you for that. That's all.
Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion?
Great job and extremely well prepared, grant narratives and document. Kudos, Melissa.
Thank you. Thank
Very
you so
nice.
much.
Any other comments? Okay, I will entertain a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone
Aye.
opposed? Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks for hanging in there so long.
Yeah, thank you.
We are moving to item F, approving Grand County Public Library phased reopening plan. Carrie Valdez.
Good evening, everyone. I do also recognize you've got quite the agenda in front of you, so I will do my best to be as quick as possible. If the connection gets wiggy, just let me know and I'll shut off my video. Sometimes that helps quite a bit if there's a delay or if the audio gets a little funny for you. So you have both the overview plan for the opening of the public library in these COVID-19 days, as well as the very detailed plan, which is really meant kind of more for staff as far as what is needed in each phase and what the services look like under the red, orange, yellow, and green phase of COVID-19. Before we get started, before we get too far into this, I do want to let you know that this plan was shared with both Orion Rogers at the Southeast Utah Health Department and Jen Sadoff at the hospital. And based on feedback primarily from Southeast Utah Health Department, under the yellow guidelines, Orion Rogers would like to recommend that we consider not having public restrooms available and move the detailed information regarding the public restrooms to the green phase before that happens. So the edit that he is suggesting to the document is what is currently under yellow would be moved to green, and the yellow would simply state no public restrooms available. And then I can continue to go over this point by point. I can step aside and have questions. I'm not sure how you would like to proceed on the discussion of this plan.
I think it would be good to entertain a motion and then open it up for discussion. Do we have a motion? Evan?
Yeah, I did have a chance to review this as it was presented to the board that I am your representative on. And there was obviously a lot of work put into it. It's very thorough. It plays out a lot of different scenarios. And I was really impressed by the staff effort and Carrie's obviously that went into producing this plan. And I think it's a good way for us to get the community, to get this service back online for the community in a safe, sustainable way as we transition through these various phases. And so with that, I would move to approve the Grand County Public Library's phased COVID-19 response model as presented and authorize the chair to sign all associated documents.
Don't have to say it. Don't have to say that anymore. Carrie, do you need us to put in there that the with the change to the plan that the public restrooms are closed?
I would appreciate that if the council would consider that, yes. Unfortunately, the input from Orion Rogers came after the agenda summary deadline. And so the plan that was submitted last week does not have those changes as he recommended.
Well, Mary, Evan's motion handled that because he said as presented, so that's a draft.
As presented, okay. Thank you. And that was seconded by whom? Gabriel? Okay, seconded by Gabriel. Further discussion?
Yeah, Mary?
Yes.
Yeah, I've got a question. Are there any open public restrooms in the town?
Not that I know. I know that was a big discussion at the travel council. I know, I'm not sure since we have moved from orange to yellow, if there have been more opportunities or more restrooms opened.
I thought the visitor information center was open. Does anyone know?
Is it now? It wasn't under orange. Is it now?
Elaine is shaking her head no, so maybe not. You're muted, Elaine.
Yeah, the reason I'm bringing this up was because I carry a fire department radio around with me, and the police apprehended a guy for public, and I'm thinking, I mean, what other choice does he have? I mean, if there's no place to go.
The only places would be the park, Lonnie Park, the parks, but the Moab Information Center isn't open until June 9th. And at that time, they will have the restrooms open because those are the only restrooms we have in town, in the center of town.
Outside of businesses, yes.
Okay.
And some businesses, Elaine, do you know where the businesses are at now? I know at our last travel council meeting, most businesses were choosing not to open up their restrooms. Is that still the case in yellow, or are they allowing people in like restaurants and such?
No, I think the majority of the businesses do send the visitors to the public restrooms at the MIC. Unless you're dining in a restaurant and need to use the restroom, but if you leave the restaurant, you won't be able to go back in, and I don't think they'll permit it. And I'm not quite sure, but I know that in the past, the only restrooms have been the ones at the Moab Information Center, and that's where the businesses generally send everyone.
Okay, yeah, that was just my question, because I overheard that police action, so.
Any further discussion? Rory, you had your hand raised. You're muted. You're muted. There you go.
I was just wondering, Carrie, how are you guys sterilizing the books when they are returned?
So the current practice would continue, and what we've done under Orange, and this was again with Ryan Rogers' approval, I submitted a plan for just the curbside pickup that we're doing. So when I return, we have a quarantine system set up where they're not touched for a minimum of 3 days. And then on the 4th day, the items are checked in, and then they are wiped with alcohol wipes. And then they set for another 24 hours prior to being shelved. That has worked well during the Orange guidelines. That we can continue doing that during yellow, but it doesn't alleviate the concern that somebody browsing could touch something, put it back on the shelf, and then it hasn't set through that 3-day quarantine process. But with public in the building, there's very little I can do to remediate that.
Any other questions?
Yes.
Yes,
if I may.
Gabriel? Yes.
Carrie, have you been able to receive any feedback from the public and from patrons about their enthusiasm for getting into the facility and willingness to comply with these regulations?
It's been interesting. It's been talked about with those that are utilizing the curbside service, knowing that we have transitioned to yellow and what that's going to look like for the library. A lot of I'd say it's fairly equally split. I've had a lot of people indicate an appreciation that we are going to continue with the curbside service through the yellow phase, so that if they are not comfortable being in the building, then they can continue to utilize the library. I've also received a lot of comment regarding the digital divide, the lack of internet connectivity, the lack of computers and printing, and people really anxious to use those services. And so I do think that as we transition into yellow, I do think we should definitely get the building open back to the public, but I really would like to be very cautious and very deliberate in how that happens in order to ensure the safety of the staff and the community. It would devastate me to have the library be a center of community spread.
Yeah, and it is really a lifeline to a lot of people in our community, and I think it's important that it can be safely available to those that wish to use those services. And I had one more sort of question that's going to be pertinent to our discussion later, and sort of my understanding with the virus and the potential for it to spread is there's a real concern about enclosed spaces, and so I think the library presents that exact scenario. And I guess can you talk about the sort of the measures in particular that just so that we can it can maybe get the juices flowing for the conversation that we're going to have later, just kind of talking about how you're looking at solving the problem of sort of having people in an enclosed space potentially, and the added risks that might be associated with that.
Of course. So I would say the primary measures that we've taken in this regard is in the building, we are requiring that all patrons and staff use face coverings, and we have masks, thanks to Elaine, that we can hand out for free to those that come to the building without a mask. We are limiting the number of people. We are basing that on 200 square feet of public space. It's a 15,000 square foot building, but there's in the yellow phase about 10,000 square feet that will be public space. So in the public space, we'll be allowing 20 people max. So that will be monitored at the door so that we're not over capacity and having too many people. Computer sessions will be limited to 30 minutes with a 1 15-minute extension. The goal here is to really get people in, do what they need to do, and then kind of get them out. We really can't have a group of people in the building for 8 hours straight because this is an indoor space, and the risk of transmission is higher in that scenario. I can't remember what I was going to say now. Sorry. So those are kind of the primary measures that we've looked at and taken into consideration. trying to ensure the safety, like I said, of staff and the community as well.
Thanks so much for all your hard work and putting it together. And it's just so important to me that the community, feels safe moving forward, whether they want to be in the building or not, but still have access to the library.
So I do have one question, Mary.
Yes, Jalen.
I'm curious about the restroom issue. As you may recall, Grand County requested a variance regarding the overnight accommodations piece of the yellow phase, and it was not granted. Is this restroom thing something that we do have leeway over, or are we in danger of the governor vetoing this? How does that all work?
That sounds more like a legal question than a librarian question. What I can say is, as this plan was developed, I was looking at the Utah Leads Together 2.0 plan that was from the governor's office. Libraries, so the most recent health guidelines that came down from the governor's office, which is the 4.5, had libraries lumped in with special events, arenas, movie theaters, large concerts, things that didn't really work for libraries. The state libraries asked that libraries be treated more as retail. And so now that's the indication is that, actually, we have heard that the governor's office has allowed that, but the most recent guidelines do not have us under retail. The big issue with the restrooms for us is I have one full-time maintenance worker. He's currently furloughed as the building has been closed to the public. He, of course, can be recalled, but even one person with an 8-hour shift, if he's in the building, he counts as a body. So he needs to do his stuff when he's not here so that patrons can utilize, when he needs to do his stuff when the building's not open so that patrons can utilize the building. And the frequency of cleaning isn't enough for Orion to feel comfortable. I don't know, as far as the legal question of can the governor override what we're putting in place? I simply don't know that answer.
Christina, do you?
I would say no. SB 3004, which of course is the bill that came out of special legislative session, was very particular to health orders under Title 26. And so this is a county building, and these are county rules and regulations. And I did do a good bit of legal analysis for Carrie to make sure we could impose the face coverings requirement, which we can. And as part of that analysis, there's a lot of broader law that was reviewed as well. So we certainly have the ability to protect the health and safeties, the ability and the duty to protect the health and safety of our residents. And I think we're acting squarely within this. With this plan. Carrie did send it to me as well. And I certainly defer to Orion for consistency with the phase guidelines, and he has given it a pass as well.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, I will call for a vote. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. We will now move to item G, approving 2021, CO-op funding for the Tourism Marketing Performance Fund. Elaine?
Yes, well, it's that time of the year again where the Utah Office of Tourism has a fund, and they will be granting money to different counties and different organizations and groups. So what I would like to propose is that for next year, this would begin in August of 2021, that we take $275,000 out of the budget, the Travel Council budget, not asking for any additional funds from the county, and requesting that the state give us a match of $275,000 so that we would have $500,000 in order to move into the Chicago and Austin markets so that we would be able to bring visitation here. This would be more upscale visitation, visitors that would need to fly here, which would help our airport for employment. They would need a rental car when they arrive here. They would also need a lodging. They would need outfitters. So it would really put a lot of funding for the county back into our coffers, additional revenue. And for that $500,000, we're probably looking at about $4 million plus in generated revenue for this effort, and that would fall between 2021 and the spring of 2022. And we've done a lot of Communications has done a lot of research. We would be doing social media along with some of billboards in the airports in Chicago and in Austin. And so asking the state to match what we'd be taking out of our current budget, so it's not asking any additional funds from the county, it would be within the Travel Council budget, and that is what this request is for. And I might add that if we do get approved by the state for this funding, we would receive $137,500 of that funding this year, because they'll give you 50% when you are approved, and then the other 50% when your project is completed.
Thank you, Elaine. Questions for Elaine? Howard is the chair of the Travel Council.
I just want to reiterate, if you can hear me, that what Elaine said, and just to let you know, our advisory board, which we are here for you, the county council, we voted unanimously to seek this funding, particularly with the shortfalls that we will anticipate this year. This is great money for us to use. Again, we're really working on attracting a better quality of visitor to the community, a visitor that will stay more days and spend more money and really have a feel of Moab, do more adventures. And that's our goal. And that means going further away. The airline wouldn't just affect, of course, our airport because we have limited flights. People would fly to Denver and to Salt Lake City. So it would be a regional pull to the area too. So the Travel Council fully supports this great opportunity for the council to take some money from the state and double down, so to speak.
Thank you, Howard. Questions from the council? I would entertain a motion.
Mary, I can make a motion on this.
Thank you.
Okay, I move to authorize the submission of a match required grant application to the State Office of Tourism Co-op Marketing Project in the amount of $275,000, $275,000 would then be matching from the Travel Council 2021 advertising budget. Authorize the chair to sign all associated documents.
Thank you, Greg. Do I have a second? Seconded by Rory Paxman. Discussion.
Yeah, Mary, I just like to say that last year we turned this down, and then we were hit with this COVID-19 thing. This is to bring people from farther away. They'll fly in. This won't be a bunch of people showing up in their motorhomes and bringing 50-foot trailers with razors on them. So I think this is a good way to go. You know, this is a tourist destination. Hopefully, this will be more compatible with maintaining our standard of life here. So yes, that's why I'm supporting it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Evan?
Elaine, you had mentioned that some funds would be received this year. Would those be able to be utilized to kind of jumpstart the economy as we're transitioning in these phases, or is it really restricted to this fall of 21?
It should be restricted to the fall of 21 because then we have to have an ROI that, I need to provide them once this program is completed. However, if the funds come in now, this 137,000, we might be able to utilize it as long as we can use the whole 275 that would be guaranteed for next year. So, there's a way that we might be able to manipulate it as long as we have the full funding to support that program in the fall of next year.
And would you have to put up your matching half this year as well, or is that at the end?
No, that would be next year.
Okay. So I know that you guys are taking a hit to the budget without, with decreased TRT collection and stuff. And so if you're confident that this isn't going to tie your hands with committing that funds, for next year now, then it seems to make sense.
I think we'd have to look at what because obviously we have no funding right now to do any type of marketing. So until I meet with Chris and we determine where we are. Right now, it doesn't look promising, and I know we were going to come back and ask for some additional funding for drive markets later this month at the next meeting. But this is really because people are going to drive now, they're not going to fly. So this is a program that we're hoping by next year, we're way past this COVID, things are under control, and people are going to feel more confident flying next year because we do want to attract a visitor that has the means, that really wants to come here, wants to stay longer, as Greg said, not drive their RV and bring a tent and we want them to stay in and spend money in our community and stay 3 to 4 days here. So that's the kind of visitor we're trying to shift to attract that type of visitor as we begin this process next fall.
But to your point of attracting the drive market in the short term, do you feel like you're able to do both with the funds that you have?
No, right now I don't have any funds to do any type of marketing from now through the rest of the year. According to where we are right now, it doesn't look like we have any type of funds. But my goal would be that if we do have funding, and I have to meet with Chris, that my focus in the state of Utah and all of the counties that are working on marketing are focusing on drive markets in order to infuse revenue into their communities quicker because people, aren't going to be flying. I know that my counterparts in all the other counties, Washington County, Garfield, Iron Cane, they're all focusing on drive markets so we can entice those people to drive here and come in. But right now we have nothing, we have no strategy for a drive market because we have no funding.
And that to your point of not having funding, are you confident, fairly confident that when it comes time to put up our matching 275,000 that you'll have it by then, so that the county's not on the hook for
hopefully next year. We're talking a year from now, so hopefully if nothing goes south, we'll have, because it would come out of the TRT collections and would budget for that when we work on the 2021 budget. So because it's not additional funding, it would be built in, into that. So after operational expenses, we would make sure that we had the 275 added on to that. And that's something I'll work with Chris on when he starts, and Quinn when they start the budget meeting.
Great.
Thank you. Any further questions?
I just have a few comments, Mary.
Yes, Jaylyn.
So So if you'll just bear with me, I have a couple of thoughts. They relate to the pandemic and tourism. Pre-pandemic, we were unable to adequately take care of the visitors that come to the area. There were long waits at tables for restaurants, popular trails, and sensitive lands were experiencing unsustainable use and damage. Citizens were justifiably distraught at trying to strike a balance between finding some calm and quiet and allowing for some of the negatives that come with being a world-class recreation destination. And then COVID-19 hit. The bottom fell out of everything. OAs of all types were empty. Restaurants and bars were shut down. Personal services were shut down. The economy all over the world has taken a huge hit. And a serious hit, given the situation we find ourselves in, it's tempting to, in my opinion, overreact and grasp at all straws that are offered. So I would exercise caution. There are those who believe we're opening up too soon, even though the state has experienced the highest number of new coronavirus cases per day during the last 4 or 5 days. We are plunging ahead. Last weekend, Arches had to temporarily stop accepting visitors. There are a significant number of visitors in town, probably not up to old levels, I grant that. The reservations for my small overnight accommodations business are rapidly climbing back to near normal levels. September is very close to normal. So I'm optimistic that our tourism economy will rapidly approach normal and be back to where we were before the pandemic. As such, I would advocate focusing on the visitors that we have and refrain from going after new markets. Exercise caution and see how all this plays out and how 2021 budgets across the board throughout the whole county are looking after we've progressed down the road a bit farther.
Just to let you know that for the first quarter, our international spend is down 44%. So we're going to take, the international spend drops about $10 million into our economy here, and obviously for a full year. But we're down 44% right now, and domestic spend for the first quarter, this is Visa, is down 18%. So I don't think the international market is going to rebound anytime soon. I think this is something we're going to be dealing with, a negative trend. And how do we make up, the millions of dollars of revenue that we're going to lose from the international spend and visitors not flying here? So focusing on the drive market, which would be under, 8 hours or under, will help us to recoup some of the lost revenue. And that's kind of what we're looking at, and the state is looking at, and I'm looking at.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, I will call for a vote. All in favor?
Yes.
Aye. All opposed? So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 in favor, with Gabriel Wojtek and Jalen Hawks opposed. Thank you. Motion passes.
Mary, I just want to add, Greg had mentioned the marker at the museum, and that is for the Natural History Association, or the Natural History Museum of Utah, and they are putting markers, which is going to be about 8 or 9 inches, I believe, in all 29 counties, in a specific place where visitors can go and see the marker. And that's what that one is, Greg, for the Natural History Museum of Utah. It's to mark the 50th year anniversary.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
It is now 6:09. I am opening up for citizens to be heard. Chris Baird, are there any citizens waiting to be heard?
Hey, Mary, I got
kicked off the meeting and I'm just on my cell phone, so I can't even tell if there's anybody in the waiting room until I get logged back on.
Okay, well then we will, when you get back on, we can see if there's any citizens.
But there might be citizens to be heard that are already in the meeting, so just ask and give a 10 or 15 seconds to see if anybody's on.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Are there any citizens to be heard? I do not hear or see any citizens that are asking to be heard at this point. So we will move to item 8, approving the appointment of 9 Grand County Economic Development Advisory Board members. Zachariah Levine.
Okay, at the last county council meeting, you all established a new advisory board in Grand County, referred to as the Grand County Economic Development Advisory Board, or GCED Advisory Board. The purpose of this board is multi-pronged. First and foremost, it is intended to review and recommend projects for funding through the state's Rural County Grant Program, established by Senate Bill 95 from this year's legislative session. But more generally, it is intended to provide advisory guidance and direction to community leaders about economic development in our community, and from my perspective, with a heavy focus on economic diversification and economic resilience. You also adopted the bylaws for that board at the last meeting. And so today, the goal is to actually appoint people to that board. This action was postponed from the last meeting in hopes that we would have some more time to think about who should fill those spots. Unfortunately, I did not get a substantial number of letters of interest or resumes well in advance of today's meeting. As I suspected, most of them came flooding into my inbox just a handful of hours ago. So I sent those off to you at about 2 o'clock today. I hope you had just a few minutes to scan through them. Many of the individuals that are listed on my agenda summary as recommendations are individuals that you know. I will note that while Jen Sadoff didn't submit a letter of interest or resume, she did verbally communicate her interest and willingness to serve on this board. And then you have several others who did submit letters of interest and resumes. So one thing to note that is different from my previous recommendation is that I am now recommending a board of 11 rather than a board of 9. The state code does not specify the number of individuals that should be on the board, but the reason I'm suggesting going from 9 to 11 at this stage is to provide for more opportunity for the private sector to have positions on this board, and to make sure that there's a nice balance of interests being represented. So you'll see that 5 or 6 of the positions in this board I'm recommending have permanent placements. The individuals, of course, that are representing those organizations could change over time, but that those agencies would have representation. So with that, I would open it up to council to discuss recommendations, and I'm available to answer questions as needed. But the ball is really in your court to fill these spots.
Is there a council member that would be interested in being the council representative?
Well, since Kurt's not here, I would nominate him. No, I say that to be funny, but I think he was a big driver in a lot of the economic diversification efforts, and I think he has expressed interest in being on this board, and so I would support his nomination to it.
That's a motion. Well, okay, so we'll probably do it all. So you're recommending that Curtis Wells is a representative from the county.
Correct.
And did we hear, Zachariah, from, so it's the mayor or staff, so we don't have to put a name there, correct?
No, I don't. I think you allow the city to determine who they want to represent them on this board.
So I'm looking at you'd probably, because Brady Bertoch. and
Brad Bertosh.
Brad, oh, okay, Brad, I wrote it down wrong. Brad and John Lampert and Jen Satoff are the three at-large people that have shown interest, is that correct?
There were, let's see, how many did I send you here?
Those were the ones that when I got your email, those were the three that were on that.
I
That
think I
email.
checked off 5 people.
Boy, where?
You should have.
I see, never mind. I did something
You
very.
should have had letters of interest or resumes from Elaine Gisler,
And then we have.
Leanna Etchberger, John Knight, Rob Walker, Sheik Han, Dane Brewer, Brad Bertosh, and Kelly Thornton.
Okay, I'm getting those written down. I see. I looked wrong. So those would be the ones you'd want us to put into the motion, correct?
Well, I mean, I've provided my recommended options in the list, and I think that any or all of those individuals are qualified candidates. So I think, short of telling you, who you should appoint, I think that, I've provided enough guidance in terms of who can fill those remaining 5 to 6 spots.
Mary, I think I can make a motion.
Okay, good. Thank you, Elaine. I was working on, thank you, Jaylyn.
I move to appoint the following individuals to the Grand County Community and Economic Development Advisory Board. 1, Grand County Community and Economic Development Director. 2, a County Council Representative to be Curtis Wells. 3, City of Moab Mayor, Council, or Staff Representative. 4, Town of Castle Valley Mayor, Council, or Staff Representative. 5, the Moab Area Travel Council Director. 6, Moab Chamber of Commerce Director, Advisory Board Member, or Staff Representative. 7, John Knight. 8, Rob Walker. 9, Sheik Han. 10, Brad Bertosh, and 11, Kelly Thornton, just to get us started.
Seconded by discussion.
Zachariah, did you have an additional spot for Jen Sadoff, or was that one of these ones that we're deciding between?
No, I didn't. I just wanted to note that I did speak with her, and although she didn't submit a letter or a resume, that she expressed interest. So that was not necessarily a plug specifically for Jen. Just wanted to make sure that you knew, in the absence of a submittal, that she was interested and available. So that said, I think that healthcare is a prominent industry sector in our community. It has ties to quality of life and is definitely one of the target economic sectors for us. I'm also mindful of sort of gender balance on the committee, but that's not necessarily a plug specifically for Jen.
And what are the terms? Remind me that were in the bylaws.
They are not set in the bylaws, so you would set them in these appointments. And, you know, a simple approach there might be the agency representatives are permanent members, and the appointed individuals, you know, have a 2-year term. In that way, you get the board established, you get it going, but you also, you know, have the potential for some turnover not too long into the future.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we might want in this initial round to put some on 1 year and some on a 2, so that we're not getting complete turnover in 2 years.
Sure.
Any thoughts on that, Jaylen, to amend your motion to include something about terms?
I can do that. I will note that with, is it 7 of the 12 being permanent and only 5 of the 12 being 2-year terms, I don't really see an issue with just stating it as Zachariah just said, because we won't ever have complete turnover. We'd have less than half turnover, depending, you know, might approach half if we have permanent members quit or give their position to someone else. But I think that simple approach is good. So I would amend my motion to include terms with the 7 permanent members being permanent and the 5 transient members being 2-year terms. Does that work?
I think your math is a little off there, Jaylen.
7
many
and
people
5?
did you
Oh,
say?
yeah.
11?
Sorry, 6 and, let me look. I know it's 5 non-permanent.
6 permanent, so 11.
And it's 6 permanent. Sorry, my mistake.
Okay,
And
good to go.
could we repeat the motion for the 5 non-permanent, please?
Okay. Should I just do the entire motion?
I got the first 6, but the first 6 are the permanent,
Right.
and then the members to flush that out.
Okay, with the following individuals to be appointed to 2-year terms: John Knight, Rob Walker, Sheik Khan, Brad Bertosh, Kelly Thornton. And I will say that I tend to favor people who go through the effort and exercise of submitting an application. You know that from my past rounds. So, and I think I was very impressed with all of the individuals that did submit. So that's where my motion's coming from.
And I would just note that you probably can't go wrong with any of the individuals recommended. They've all been involved to some degree in local economic development efforts. They've all been involved to some degree in, you know, prior efforts from my office. So, you know, I wouldn't fret too much about this.
No, and I guess my hesitation was I liked your point of having a little diversity on there, and I would like to include a USU representative, like how it was kind of originally spelled out. And so I wonder if Leanna might be a good one to include, but I'm not really sure who to swap out in the horse trade. Not that they're horses, but
I mean, you could also make it a 12-person board, knowing that probably 12 people are not going to show up to every meeting for votes, and have USU be a standing representative on the board, which I think makes sense.
I like having a standing USU. I think we're going to be relying on them a lot for economic development as they kind of like move forward and we move forward. I hope to utilize that a lot. They've done a lot so far, and I'd like to see that. So
Motion amended as stated.
So we will now have 12 members with a standing person from USU. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So the motion by Jalen Hawks, do we have a second? Seconded by Greg Halliday. Discussion.
And these will be open public meetings. Anybody can attend. It's just a matter of if they're voting or not. So people can come for discussions and pertinent. Yeah. Okay, great. No further discussion.
Okay, seeing no anybody else? Okay, I will call for a vote. All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
All opposed? Anyone opposed? Motion passes unanimously, 6-0. Thank
Great.
you.
I'm sorry to do this. Can you just give me the names once more of all of the non-agency representatives you got? You're muted, Jalen.
Jalen, you're muted.
Sorry, thought I unmuted myself. John Knight, Rob Walker, Sheikh Khan, Brad Bertosh, and Kelly Thornton.
Okay. Thanks.
And then just to clarify, you guys, did we vote on the amendment? We voted on the amendment. Do we need to also vote on the actual motion now?
I think that's
Amendments are different.
You have to vote on an amendment and then vote on the amended main motion.
Okay, so we voted on the amended.
Which was to include the USU representative.
We voted to include the amendments in the motion. And so now we're voting on the motion.
Correct.
So all in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Passes unanimously. Okay, now we are moving to item M. Discussion. Okay, item N, discussion on the Planning Commission's request for input on proposed land use code revisions. Emily Campbell.
Thank you so much, and thanks for moving this up. I don't think that this one will take as much time. The Planning Commission sent a letter to the County Council. I believe you would have received it late the week before last. Just summarizing some of the challenges that we've had as a body in ensuring that we can make recommendations that align to council priorities, specifically related to the 313-191 node. There's been some conversation in the past about doing a small area plan there, but that has not happened. It hasn't been prioritized. And the implications for that, as outlined in the letter, which I'm not sure if I need to read into the record or if it's sufficient that it's in your packet. But some of the concerns that are summarized in the letter is there's more demand for development in that area. We anticipate that will continue. One of the items on your agenda actually relates to that node. Thank you, Mary. Two planning commission members, on my head, some planning commission members feel that the current land use code, and specifically the resort special zone, which is located predominantly in that area, does an inadequate job of meeting the goals set forth in the general plan. So that has been an item of concern when determining how to weigh on those applications that come before us and make proper recommendations. And this obviously leads to then confusion on the part of property owners to know what sorts of development was the county like to see there. And of course, we know that there is other proposed development in the area, such as the potential state park in the area and so on. What we are hoping to get out of this time is a little bit of direction as far as confirming that this is a priority to the council, that the Planning Commission take up, and hear from you any specific thoughts that you would like to see reflected in our work, any specific concerns you have for this area. I also want to invite Kevin Walker, who's here with me, who actually drafted the letter, to add any additional thoughts, because this is something he's put quite a bit of time and thought into for that, regarding the different applications that have come before us in the last year for that area. So Kevin, do you have anything to add?
I do not. You did a great job, so I have nothing more to say.
So Mary, I'd love to turn it over to you, or Jaylyn, if perhaps you wanted to, as the representative to the commission, reflect some of the conversation that you've heard. But this just comes down to, we keep getting these and we're just not sure how to proceed. And we want to make sure we're reflecting the priorities of the council, and we're giving you recommendations that you feel have the right context to act on, and that we're serving your needs there.
Well, I think this is a great opportunity for the council to give direction to the planning committee, commission, and I would like to hear from our council if you would like our planning commission to move forward in developing a plan for this area of Grand County. Evan Clapper.
Oh, I don't know if Jaylyn, you were kind of teed up there for the alley-oop.
I was just going down the list. Jaylyn, would you like to start?
I would love to start.
Thank you, Jaylyn.
First of all, first question, definitely make it a priority. And I'll just give a few of the thoughts that I wrote down. A resource management plan says it's the policy of Grand County to preserve and enhance designated significant historic and/or prehistoric assets and other structures and amenities which provide focal points and which broaden the cultural, that's, yada, yada, yada. But this is definitely one of those areas, and we need to have a way better plan for it so that we can protect those historic assets and the view shed assets. Any plan has to address the view shed and the perception of the public as they drive through the gateway to our community. I have seen one or two things in that area that caused me a little bit of concern. So we do need to address what we want that to look like and what kind of perception we want the public to have as they drive through. It seems that the uses in the zones might need an overhaul. For instance, I might have this wrong, but it looks to me like the resort commercial allows for duplexes and multifamily dwellings, but the only thing the resort special allows for is a manufactured home. That just seems kind of nonsensical to me, but I didn't write it, so I don't know what the thinking was behind that. I have an idea that the outcome at planning commission meetings may have been a bit different for some of these projects if there had already been a well-designed, carefully thought out plan for that area. And it seems that there aren't adequate standards in place that would make some of these projects have a greater likelihood that the finished product would be in line with a careful and well thought out vision and perception look for the area. We need to protect the scenic resources that make up the gateway to our community. And we also need a firm timeline for this to happen so that we can give applicants an assurance going forward that this won't drag out forever. Those are the things I wrote down.
Very well thought out. Thank you, Jaylyn. Anyone else want to weigh in?
Yeah, Mary.
Greg.
Yeah, I sit on the water board up in Thompson. There are springs that don't require pumping. They provide little in excess of 100 gallons a minute. From what I've seen the wells in the area there, the last one I read was about 30 gallons a minute. I think whatever they come up with in that area really needs to address the water availability for that area. And we need to avoid overtaxing that aquifer to where we start mining the water. So that I think that needs to be addressed, and all of these developments need to be looked at together rather than separately. That's all I got.
Anyone else? Evan?
Mary?
Yes,
Yeah.
Evan.
I would just, I appreciate the Planning Commission bringing this back up. A few months ago, we were hoping to undertake a bigger revision of the general plan. And with the COVID setbacks, a lot of those planning efforts have kind of been backburnered, and which is unfortunate. I do feel like this area is a priority. So to that question, I think that it should be prioritized. On a similar sense, it's, as you've highlighted, we've had close to a dozen projects come forward, and I would appreciate having a plan to give us a little guidance as well. I don't necessarily think that it's appropriate for the seven of us to vastly change an area that hasn't had a lot of development. And on a similar note, I kind of feel the same way about the Planning Commission. And so I would encourage this process to include a lot of citizen input, outreach, that sort of stuff. I know that unfortunately we're not really in a place with the furloughs and stuff to dedicate a lot of staff energy or a lot of funding for consultants, or even advertising in papers might be tricky. So I would challenge you guys to get that input out there, so that this is really a plan that's not being constructed by 7 or 14 people. But I think that with these proposals that have come forward, we've got a lot of citizen comment on both sides. As you know, there's an area out there that's kind of been set aside even for like potash. At one point, I wanted to see mountain bike wheels getting made out there and shipped out on the train. So really, like, the sky's the limit kind of thing for what we want this area to be. But especially even since I've been on the council, we've seen a lot more use of 313, both for recreation and extraction. And so this intersection plays a lot of balance, because it's there's not many people living in the area. It is a bit of a clean slate. So I think this is really important to have a plan in place, and prioritizing what the community would like that area to be. So the hard part's figuring out what the community wants there. So it has my full support of creating a small area plan for the intersection of 191 and Highway 313.
Thank you. Evan, any other? Gabriel?
Yeah, I would like to also just say, like Evan and Jaylyn said, a firm time frame and mechanisms for public input are really important to me in this case. I think that area is a real jewel and an asset, and I think everyone recognizes that as it is right now. And I can remember my first driving into Moab for the very first time and taking that route. And if it was your typical corporate chain highway sprawl, I just don't think that is going to serve the county and serve the future vision of that gateway. And so that's specific input I would give at this point. But other than that, I do think it is important to create as I said, that with regards to a time frame, I think we all want to sort of have a clear message going forward for everyone. And yeah, I think that there's a lot of feeling about it. So let's get it out there.
Yes, Rory, are you still with us? Did you have anything you wanted to add to the conversation?
So to the planning commission, how much does it make you cringe if I ask for a plan in 3 months?
I may have to defer that one to Zachariah. We have had conversations prior to COVID about doing a workshop and being very clear for our priorities. And then, you know, here we are because of everything else. So I think it's, you know, largely a degree of staff time. We don't have any other pressing priority. Well, that's not true. The other sort of pressing priority for us is the redevelopment standards that we know that we also want to take up. And that came up at our last meeting. So those are the two that are the big rocks that seem outstanding. And I think maybe Mila and Zachariah, we can catch up and maybe get a estimate back to the council ASAP, meaning, you know, maybe sometime next week before our next meeting, perhaps.
You're saying determine during your next meeting, which would be next Tuesday, correct? Of a timeline to present to us?
I'd prefer to get staff's input and give them the chance to look at their different priorities. Now that we know that this is something council wants to move forward to, we can put a little bit more time and investment into scoping out what does this mean and what does that mean for the timeline that Chairman Clapper just put out there as a straw man, which is great.
I can say
Kevin?
right off the bat that even 3 months would be tough. I'm hesitant to commit to any timeline right now, and I will let council know that you know, establishing a timeline will without a doubt require a reprioritization of other ongoing projects.
Kevin, you had your hand raised?
I was just going to say that, you know, as far as the time on the planning commission is concerned, I don't think it needs to take a huge amount of time. The 3 months seems a little short, but we depend very heavily on staff to like provide us with, you know, doing research, what other communities have done in similar situations. And, you know, the staff has many other things on their plate. And so I think, so I guess echoing what Zachariah said, it kind of depends on how many people are in the planning department and how much other things they're doing. But if we had like lots of planners, I think it could be done pretty quickly.
As much as I want it to be done quickly, and I really want it, that's high priority. My higher priority is to have it be done well. So that's kind of a difficult balance to have. So I think to ask the planning commission to give us an idea of a, you know, from the soonest you could have it available and the longest, you know, some type of timeline like that would be very helpful. If we could have that information maybe by our next meeting and have someone report on it would be great. Wouldn't have to be a big report or just send us out a, you know, Zachariah could let us know or whatever, but we need both. We need it to be done quickly, but we also need it to be done well.
Wonderful.
And are there any other comments?
I would say it's got to be under a year, ideally by the end of the year. But I understand. So if that's not an option, let us know, because I, for one, am comfortable postponing any change out there. We have a plan, and I can't just do that in limbo. So if we have a timeline for a plan, then we can share that all around. So.
Okay.
But it will be done as quickly as you possibly can do it. That would be great.
Well, this input has been very helpful to understand sort of how council would like to see this kind of work scoped. And appreciate the input. Thank you so much for your comments, and we'll take it back and get that back together for you by 2 weeks from now.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments before we move on to item H? I
It's
guess
up.
I mean, I forgot to check off H before we move to item I. Any other comments? Okay, we will be moving now to item I. Adopting ordinance approving the Willow Springs Campground overnight accommodation overlay. Zachariah Levine.
So I am going to have Mila present the following land use applications, not just this item, but the series of land use applications in front of you, and will remain on the call for additional context and Q&A.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
So this is the item we had a public hearing for, the next three as well last meeting. Willow Springs, if you'll recall, is the campground at 13733 North Highway 191, put forward by Reed Pendleton. We received 99 comments in opposition and 19 in support. Most of the opposed comments were residents of Grand County, and many of the supportive comments not residents of Grand County. The staff report you'll see did not have an opinion in it. We are well aware of the political nature of the overnight accommodations overlay, and we were reluctant to take away any of that legislative opinion from council. However, we would like to let you know that we do not support this application. We wanted to highlight a few reasons why not. For one thing, Reed Pendleton has been very cooperative in working with us, working with the Planning Commission to put forward an application that does conform substantially to the standards. So we do thank him a lot for that. However, considering that a large portion of the community isn't interested in this application, we're also well aware of the visual impact as you come into Moab with that kind of a campground that's right next to the highway. We also don't feel like the sprawl and development is appropriate for that area, as people have mentioned earlier. And in addition, the reason that the council passed these new overnight accommodation standards was to encourage a different kind of development in Grand County lodging. And the campground that we have before us is really the same lodging type that we have already. However, it does meet a need in that area. As we know, Willow Springs is relatively overrun, and this would provide a more formalized camping experience for potentially many of those people. I think that's about all that I'm going to add to that application. You've got the rest of the staff report in the packet, and we heard the applicant at the last meeting. I don't know if Zachariah, if you have anything else you want to add to that.
I don't. I would just note that the applicant appears to be in the Zoom meeting, and the chair has discretion to determine how to proceed today.
I believe we have made a decision that once the public hearing has closed, that we are no longer going to be hearing from the public, because we've had some issues with that in the past where we have not followed the close once the public hearing is closed. So the applicant and all people have had the opportunity to express their thoughts. So I'm saying that no, we're not going to hear from public or applicant at this point, unless I have a council member that disagrees with me on that point and wants to tell me why. Thank you. Okay. Do I have a motion? Am I being heard?
Yeah, we
Yeah,
can,
you're being heard.
Okay, so there is no motion. I
On
just,
this one,
Well,
on this one, guys, because Reed has clearly 3 times now in writing threatened litigation, I would like you to have discussion. It doesn't bother me that the motion has failed. That's not prohibitive of discussion. So for purposes of the record, if he is going to make good on his threat to sue us, and this is a legislative decision, you have complete discretion whether you approve this or not. The moment to appeal the overlay application to this property in particular ended in August 2019, so we're almost a year past that. So I'm not at all concerned about the litigation. We can certainly go into closed session if you choose, but I do want you to have discussion.
Mary, if I could make a motion,
yes, Gabriel,
I move to apply the overnight accommodations overlay to Grant County parcel number 0400200038, located at 13733 North Highway 191, and approve the ordinance, master plan, and development agreement subject to county attorney review of all associated documents.
thank you, Gabriel. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Jaylyn. So open to discussion. Does somebody want to begin the discussion, or I can? Okay, Gabriel?
I'll start. I think it's a quality proposal. I do think it has the potential to be compatible with a well-crafted small area plan for that area, but the plan has to be done first.
Greg?
Yeah, this goes back to what I was saying before. From everything that I've looked at, I do not believe there's sufficient water for this development, for the next development, and for successive developments if the state decides to go up there. I just don't think there's a sufficient water up there. And sitting on the Thompson board, I see how much those springs produce, in excess of 100 gallons a minute. And from all the reading of these well reports, these wells are producing significantly less than that. So yeah, I think this whole thing needs to be looked at, and the water question really needs to be addressed. That's all I got.
Yes, Evan?
Mary, I can appreciate Greg's hesitancy, but I don't know if that's necessarily this council's point to determine water availability or such. I'm looking at the lack of a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission. I think that they do a good job of in their hearings, hearing from the citizens. As we just highlighted in our previous discussion, I think there's a lot of concern from community members and citizens about what that area would look like. I know that when we were pressured by citizens to move in the direction of having an overnight accommodations overlay, it was to have this legislative piece in place where these things could be decided on a case-by-case basis. And a lot of those comments that staff was referencing really highlighted that a lot of the overnight accommodations in the pipe haven't come online yet, and that was something that citizens were interested in seeing the effects of before permitting any new overnight accommodations. And I think Reed has done a great job of being involved in the process. He has done a lot of homework. He's put a lot of effort in. I really appreciate the way that he's acted civilly and gone about it in the process. And I enjoy him in the meetings, and I like having him around. But with this and our prior discussion of having a plan in place, I am not comfortable applying this overlay tonight without having that plan in place. Is that appropriate discussion for the attorney? Okay.
Yes, I feel we need to have a plan because I am concerned about that area. I'm very concerned about the dispersed camping and the damage that is being done right now. And we need a plan so that we can move forward and enable some type of appropriate development and also to hopefully protect that area. So I'm looking forward to a plan, and I'm also hoping that Reed can move forward and be part of that process and perhaps bring this back to us once the plan has been developed. Anyone else?
Yes, Mary, I have a couple of comments and a question for probably Christina. So when people take advantage of building affordable units and they get a bonus, they get some market rate units. As long as they build affordable units, there's a requirement that they build those affordable units in concert with the market rate. They can't build all the market rate first and leave out the affordable. And so my question is similar to that concept. This has mixed use components in it. Is there a time requirement, or maybe that's for Zachariah or Mila, is there a time requirement for incorporating those mixed use components? In other words, can you do the whole build without doing any of the mixed use components?
Currently, as our code is written, the answer to your question is yes. There is no guardrail in place that would require a developer to build out the mixed use components, which is one of the concerns that we raised, that they are certainly shown on the plan, but they are admittedly secondary to the applicant's primary interest. The provision that you're referring to is in the high density housing overlay development as ordinance, as well as our assured housing ordinance. And that is a provision that requires that those deed restricted units be constructed at the same rate of proportionality as is shown in the plan. In this instance, prior to a code amendment, a policy or a guardrail of that effect would have to be voluntarily proposed and committed to by the applicant. I mean, at least that's the cleanest way. I suppose there may be some avenue for requiring that the mixed uses be developed at some point in time prior to the full build out of the campground, but it wouldn't be a clean process, if even a legal process at this point. But
Okay.
Christina can add to that.
Okay, well then I will just continue. I did write down a lot of stuff. I'm not gonna share it all, although I will note that we do have issues with dispersed camping out in that area, of course. However, to make the assumption that the user group who is trashing dispersed camp areas, to make the assumption that it's the same user group that would take advantage of a paid camp area rather than just find a dispersed camping spot is not a good assumption to make. So the two user groups aren't necessarily the same. And again, I'll mention the gateway to our spectacular area and the visual impact that that this might have. I do believe that it could be a great project. I think that visually it could be mitigated, but right now we have nothing that would guarantee or encourage that the visual of it would be mitigated and look like a great project. I actually like this project. Oh, the other thing is we're supposed to be looking at these developments in light of additional burdens that might be placed on the local jurisdictions such as law enforcement and EMS. I think in both of those cases that increases. We need to carefully talk about that. I like this project. It has green elements. It's proposed by someone who's followed the process, who knows and understands the responsibilities of what would be required should this pass. And I like the proposals for multi-use. I just want it to fit in with a carefully conceived, well thought out plan for the proposed area. That's it for me.
Any further discussion?
I do have a question for council. This is a legislative decision, so you are allowed to consider the will of the community, the public clamor, and I know that's gotten some real press in our community, and I think that you guys as legislators are concerned about when you're allowed to rely on it and when you're not. Evan did mention the public opposition. I would call it historic here, 99 comments in opposition, especially in this Zoom timeframe we're in. And so I would like you to articulate, and this is as much for the applicant, the record, and the community, how much of that has impacted your decision-making?
You know,
I was thinking, what I was thinking, if we wanted to, you want to hear from each person? I was wondering if when we voted, I thought since this is such a hot issue that that we should vote, have a roll call vote. And I thought if we would like to just add with your roll call vote, if the person could comment on how much of the public clamor affected their decision.
That's fine. I just wanted to make sure you guys understood. It is something you can discuss. It's something you can rely on. And I think it's important here because it is historic opposition at this moment.
and I don't see, is citizen comment in a public hearing considered public clamor?
It is. The will of the community essentially is public clamor. So if it's an administrative approval and there's some entitlement under statute, you cannot rely on that to deny approval. Here,
Right.
where it's legislative, you can.
Yeah, I mean, just to give a little bit more context to that, in the past, you've probably heard me really differentiate between, an administrative review and approval process and a legislative discretionary review and approval process. In the former, there is, no room for public clamor to influence your decision making. Public clamor would be opinions, not material facts related to the review of the application. So in that instance, in an administrative review, if it meets the code standards, you don't have any choice. You have to approve it. Fundamentally different is a legislative discretionary process where state code, just asks or demands that you give due consideration to the issues and have some reasonable debate about them. But in that process, you are instructed to listen to and consider public clamor in addition to the material facts related to the review and approval. And so what Christina is getting at here is that you have an opportunity to state that the comments you've received have influenced your decision. I'm not sure that it's necessary, to be honest, but you have that opportunity, and I think you're hearing from your county attorney that it would be helpful to discuss at least something to that effect.
Okay, Christina, so you think it would be okay to, since it looks like discussion is over, I could do a roll call vote. I thought I would do a roll call vote on all the next 4 items, or the next 3 items after this item, just because the nature and the importance of these decisions. So
Yes.
I will be calling for a roll call vote, and if you would like to indicate how much public clamor has affected your decision, you can express that at that time. So I'm calling for a roll call vote. I will start with Evan Clapper.
I am but a conduit chosen by my people to represent them, and I weighed very heavily on citizen comment to come to the decision. And without a plan in place to back up my decision, I am going to vote nay.
Thank you. Rory Paxman.
No clamor on my side, and I am voting yes. This is a great project.
Thank you, Rory. Gabriel?
Yeah, so specifically with regards to the public comments, it was very clearly spelled out by many of those commenting that a plan first approach is needed here, and that's what resonates with me. And that was reflected in my own sort of comments and requests with the Planning Commission to not only prioritize that small area plan, but ensure mechanisms for public input in that process for that plan. So this needs to be, you know, I definitely give way to the will of the people in terms of crafting that vision, and I vote no.
Thank you. Jalen Hawks?
Okay. So I like public comment. I don't like the term clamor in most cases. It has such negative connotations, but I do like public comment. It's certainly, if you're going to vote the way the comment is going, it certainly makes things easier. But I will say that it all depends on who has the most organized system of getting the comments out there. So I'm a little bit distrustful of public comment. Not totally. I think it's very important, and I do think the content is very important. The content of these that was mentioned over and over. Why would we do this without a plan? So in that respect, it influenced me. In the other respect, I've wanted a plan there for a very long time, so I am voting no.
Greg Halliday?
Yeah. Last year's vote to withdraw overnight accommodations by right for most of the county is still very, very poignant with me. We managed to open it up for additional overnight accommodations in Cisco and Thompson and Crescent Junction. Based upon that, and from what I've heard from the public, I am hesitant to change that outcome right now. So I would vote no.
Thank you, Greg. This has been a very difficult decision for me. I have waffled back and forth all week because of my concern for the area, and that I do like the idea of the project. What finally helped me make my decision was that being a long-term resident of Grand County, I've seen where lack of planning has really been a problem and has hurt us in the past. We have areas of our county that are not well planned and well thought out of and are causing issues. And so having a plan to me is extremely important. So I would say that the public comment or the public clamor weighed some on my decision, but my decision was to vote no. It was basically because I really want to have a plan. And I do hope that this applicant has the willingness to bring this back once the plan is in place, because I think that the area could use some further camping opportunities. So, but with that, I'm voting no. So the motion fails. 5 nay. At Clapper, McGann, Wojtek, Hawks, and Halliday voting no, and Rory Paxman voting yes. Thank you. We will now move to the next item on our agenda, item J, adopting proposed ordinance approving the OK RV Park overnight accommodation overlay. Zachariah.
I'm
Or
gonna start with this one.
Once again, Mila will take
Yeah.
the land use applications.
I'm sorry, I made
All right, so this one is at 3324 Spanish Valley Drive, and staff doesn't have too much additional comment to make. We just wanted to remind council that this is an overnight accommodations overlay that comes with a voluntary land use restriction agreement in the effort to provide employee housing for the OK RV Park. We are mildly supportive, but we do feel like there could be better ways to achieve the desired effective employee housing rather than using the overnight accommodations overlay to simply allow camping on residential property. The applicant or the code does allow for RVs to be used as employee housing, however, so it's not without precedent. And due to the unique circumstances of the property, the applicant would need to use the OAO for that because the parcel is not contiguous with the commercial operation the employees would be working at. So that's about all that we have to say, and we did not receive any public comment on this project.
This might be, well, I'll wait till there's a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, thank you, Jalen.
I move to adopt the ordinance applying the overnight accommodations overlay to Grand County parcel number 02-002-0086 located at 3324 Spanish Valley Drive with the following condition. Applicant records a land use restriction agreement on the property specifying there will be no overnight rental of any sites to anyone other than employees of Fun Stays LLC Moab location.
Thank you. Motion by Jalen Hawks. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Gabriel Wojtek. Discussion.
I just had a point of clarification. I seem to remember when we were working on a prior housing project that we were hoping to create kind of in-town campgrounds that weren't necessarily for short-term rentals, but for workforce housing. And the then building inspector advised us that RVs and van lifers and such couldn't be, couldn't count as housing because it wasn't built to code. And so I seem to remember a little difference than how it's being summarized now that's appropriate. So.
I can comment on this, and then Mila, if you want to add anything. So it is indeed still the case that the only way for someone to live legally in a non-IRC or non-HUD compliant structure is for that structure to be located inside a commercial campground. So whether that's a tiny home on wheels, one that you see on the cover of Home and Garden, or it's a truck camper, or it's a park model unit, if it doesn't meet the building code, either through the International Residential Code or the Department of Housing and Urban Development, then it has to be in a commercial campground. So for these individuals to be living in non-IRC, non-HUD structures, it would need to be, they would need to be inside of an approved OAO development. And that's the only way that the structures that this applicant is proposing to use for their employee housing could be approved. Now, they have submitted a high density housing overlay application to our office as sort of a backup option if they don't get the OAO approval. And even though that is a legislative discretionary process, if, this is some hypothetical, scenario building here, but if they were to be denied the OAO, proceeded with the HDHO, that was approved, those units would have to conform with the county's building codes. Okay, so you may remember, staff at one point in the past had presented a possible code amendment to allow for folks to live in non-compliant structures at the rate of 1 per single family lot, as long as it met some standards. That code amendment was denied, the code amendment was not approved by the council. And so the current situation is, if it doesn't meet the building code, it's not compliant with the county, and you can't live in it unless it's in a commercial campground.
And so it's not just a commercial lot. I mean, you're not aware of any other
we do have a provision that allows for a business to provide up to 5 approved campground sites on their property for employees of that principal business. That code section is not pertinent or is not, it can't be utilized by this property because the property in question is a separate lot from the campground. It is not covered by the overnight accommodations overlay. It's not commercially zoned. And so it wasn't possible for these employee housing units to be approved through our employee housing code. Hence the OAO application. Tracking that?
Yeah.
It's a little confusing, I know, but just want to make sure that everybody's aware.
If I remember the discussion right, that Evan is referring to, the proposal that was brought forth was that people could have use RVs as rentals, just in different lots, and or even if they could do it like in a mother-in-law situation home in Grand County, as opposed to being what had already been proposed, that like river companies could provide space for campers for their seasonal workers, but they weren't taking advantage of it. Is that right, Zachariah?
Yeah, only in the context of, or yes, that is right. And just to clarify, the ability to live in a, let's call it a camper. That's more nuanced than that, but let's call it a camper. The only way to live in that is in a commercial campground or in an approved employee housing site on the location where that employee works.
So in a sense, this is what the applicant is attempting to achieve through this, is to be able to provide accommodations for their employees through that process of being in the campground.
Yeah, well, yeah, and this one is tricky because you've got an established campground in the overnight accommodations overlay. The parcel next to it where they want to put the housing is not covered by the OAO. It's not a commercially zoned lot. And so, in effect, it's going to feel like an expansion of the campground, which isn't allowed by the overnight accommodations overlay ordinance. And it's in an area where that campground, frankly, was a legal non-conforming use already, and it was brought into conformance through the overnight accommodations overlay ordinance that you all adopted earlier. And so, it's tough because procedurally it doesn't fit really well with what we've got available. And staff is mildly supportive because, of course, we want businesses to provide employee housing, while at the same time, the gold standard is not RVs to be living in. It's not wrong. They're not the worst, housing options, especially for seasonal employees. But we really try to promote permanent housing, of course. So, there are a lot of factors at play here. As I've said, we're mildly supportive, but it's nuanced.
Any further questions?
I would just like to point out, and I apologize, but I didn't get the ordinance to review until yesterday, and I didn't realize the condition as stated in the agenda summary is different than the conditions that I modified. I flushed those out, and so we actually need to amend to approve the conditions as stated in the ordinance, which in the final packets are on page 498. So I apologize, but that's flushed out a little bit, what that land use restriction agreement needs to say. I can state it if.
Well, I was just gonna say, part of the discussion, I definitely can appreciate them wanting to provide housing for their employees. What gets me is like, then are we gonna have this other flood of folks that are looking to have the OAO applied to non-commercial parcels, to have these mini campgrounds, which in all honesty, I might not be fully opposed to, but I feel like that's kind of not a common or a open door for many other businesses. And with this idea of them having the backup plan B of requesting the high density housing overlay on the parcel, to me that seems a little cleaner, and it's not as much of trying to fit a square peg in a round hole. And so that's just where I'm at with the thing.
Is there any further discussion, or are we ready to vote? I do not see Rory Paxman on the call. Rory, have you left the meeting? It looks as though Rory Paxman is no longer participating in this council meeting. Okay.
And yes, Mary, I would make one comment, a quick one. So I do love that this owner wants to provide employee housing. I don't think that using the OAO to make an exception, the exception to long-term resident use. Well, okay, let me back up. RVs for long-term resident use is prohibited in the code. And using the OAO to make an exception to that is, I believe, an inappropriate use of that portion of the land use code. I would be way happier to try to work through alternate scenarios. One that I thought of was if you put, is the underlying density 2 per 2 per acre? So, I mean, if you could get 4, you could get 2 homes and 2 mother-in-laws, make them all small units already without, having to probably even go to the council. I don't know. So anyway, I'm in favor of looking at alternative scenarios, and I'll probably vote against this particular proposal.
Are we ready? Are we ready to vote? I think we're ready to vote. Jaylyn, would you start, please?
Yes. I mean, no, excuse me, no.
But Greg Halliday? No. Gabriel Wojtek?
No.
Evan Clapper?
Unfortunately, no in this setup.
My vote is no, wanting to use a better means to reach the same conclusion. So and Rory is no longer with us, so the motion fails 5-0. Thank you. We
It
are
was
now.
0-5, but the motion failed 0-5.
Excuse me, thank you. Motion failed 0-5. Thank you very much. So we are now moving on to K. Approving proposed ordinance approving the Namaste Rock rezone. Mila?
Okay, so this is our second item of the night up at that 313-191 node. This one is 13714 North Highway 191. The applicant is proposing a change to resort commercial from range and grazing, and you'll see the use table comparison in your packet. There were 20 comments against and 2 in support of this application that we received, largely the same reasons as the opposition to Willow Springs, water and lack of a plan. Staff is mildly supportive of this application due to the surrounding zoning being mostly commercial, highway commercial and residential. We would prefer that it not be commercial in particular due to those fast food provisions and the difference between that and special. But we do feel that a rezone of this property to something more commercial would be appropriate for that area already there. And I think that's all we had to add.
I'd entertain a motion.
Madam Chair?
Yes, thank you, Evan.
I'm also torn with the fact that the Planning Commission did not forward a favorable recommendation, and that they kind of cited the lack of the plan. I do like the idea that this project includes some long-term housing stuff. And with that in mind, I would move to postpone approving an ordinance rezone until we have a plan in place, hopefully September 1st.
Evan has made a motion to postpone voting on item K until a plan for this area is in place. Do I have a second? Seconded by Greg Halliday. Discussion.
Well, sure. This is one of those projects that I think would have had a different outcome at Planning Commission had we already had the plan in place. I actually like the idea of 4 units bunched together on 1 acre. I do like the idea of housing, long-term housing. It would be a question of if people who need it could afford it. Trying to get to that. So, but I also believe that this needs a carefully well-designed, thought-out plan. And so it does seem a little messy to me voting to postpone it, because in all likelihood, it might come back a different project to us and a different ordinance, but I don't know. I would vote in favor of postponing as well, if that's our option.
Chris, Zachariah, and what is your thoughts about postponing, or Mila? Is that a problem? Do you see that as a problem, or would it be cleaner to approve or deny?
Mila, do you want to go ahead and take a stab at that, and I can
Yeah,
follow?
I mean, as far as I can see it. I think that it would certainly be cleaner to approve or deny. You know, I think it depends on how the council feels that they might change their vote pending the outcome of a plan. You know, I think if there were a more descriptive area plan, we don't know exactly what that might look like. And as Jalen mentioned, I think the application may very well change by that point. So I would say that it would be much easier to confirm, you know, approve or deny at this moment.
That would be my position as well. I don't like the approach of leaving an applicant sort of on the fence, or maybe that's not the right word, but you know, sort of dragging them along for an extended period of time. And for, I know that Mr. Clapper put a deadline on, you know, taking action, but you know, you all know how that works, and you know, it's hard to say that you'd have a plan by then. It's also a long time to wait for an uncertain response from the council. So I suppose that you know, while my recommendation would be to vote one way or the other tonight, you know, you could also inquire with the applicant to see how comfortable they are on a postponement of action.
Evan, how would you?
And I guess I would just follow real quickly with one more thing that, you know, an approval is one thing, of course, you know, you would just go forward, but a denial does not prevent an owner or applicant from returning to the council at a future date. So
if I could say two things, I kind of feel like we might have, if this is what we're going to do for this application, I kind of feel like it maybe would be what we would have done for the Willow Springs agenda item. And also, I would just have to say, from my own perspective, it's with regards to this particular proposal, it's unlikely that I would change my vote.
So where are we? Evan has made a motion to postpone. And it was, did Greg second that? My memory right?
Greg Halliday, yeah, Greg seconded it.
Okay, so do we have a substitute motion, or should we move forward with this motion?
I'll make a substitute motion.
Okay.
Although I feel funny making the motion, but just to get a vote on the table, I move to adopt the ordinance approving the rezone of the 24.03 acre parcel located at 13714 North Highway 191 from range and grazing to resort commercial.
Motion by Evan Clapper, substitute motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by, I'll say Jalen Hawks. I think her hand came up first. So any further discussion?
Yeah, I would just say I think that this proposal just represents such an upheaval and such a what I perceive as incompatibility with what is existing and what I think in general the community would like to see in that area, and it's just I think it's just a little bit too far off. I think it's a lot of bit far off from where I see that plan coming in.
So you're voting no?
And I will vote no.
Okay. Greg Halliday?
Yeah, this is the second time that this has come before us, and my feelings on the matter haven't changed, so it would be a no vote.
Jalen?
I will vote no.
Evan?
Nay.
Mary McGann, I see some positives in this proposal as well as some things I'm concerned about. But I'm mostly concerned about having a long-term plan. So my vote is no. Thank you. The motion fails 5-0.
And Mary, if may I?
Yes,
Okay.
certainly.
And something like sort of after the motion and vote, something that I felt like was important to get off my chest, and something that struck me immediately when I saw this proposal a while back, and just sort of just offering it as practical advice from a social justice perspective. Maybe that's new territory for the Grand County Council, but Moab in our region has a pretty negative record of commodifying certain aspects of native cultures, and I would sort of urge, I guess I'm just speaking out to the world and maybe potential developers. I would urge people to sort of leave South Asian cultures alone, or leave other cultures alone when branding their projects. I think it's damaging to those cultures, whether it's their intention or not. And I just thought that was important to say.
Thank you, Gabriel. We are now moving to item L, the Strawberg Planning Unit Development. Mila?
All right, this is our last land use vote for the evening. This one is the PUD at 4057 Chapman Lane in All American Acres subdivision. The applicant has proposed this 5-lot subdivision with 4 quarter-acre lots and 1 4-acre lot in back. We just wanted to speak to some of the public comment that was received, and just to clarify further that because of the master plan that will govern the development of this lot, the 4-acre lot in the back would not be allowed to be further subdivided pending any changes to the land use code, but that density would not increase. And then in addition, the applicant does currently have a memorandum of understanding with Community Rebuilds, and they have stated their intentions to make these lots affordable according to the Community Rebuild standards. And then in addition, there were some comments regarding compatibility with the neighborhood. And we just wanted to mention that, the neighborhood doesn't necessarily end at a particular subdivision boundary. The neighborhood at large is what we should be considering. And I don't think staff has anything further to add to the application.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry,
Yes, Evan?
you were saying that further subdivision wouldn't be allowed. Is that, would that be noted on the plat, or is that, how is that assured?
It certainly could be, but it wouldn't need to be. The master plan would be guiding development of that whole lot. But the applicant has offered to note that on the plat, so that could certainly be added for extra assurance.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Evan.
I move to adopt the ordinance approving the Strawberg PUD and associated master plan, including the note regarding future subdivision for the parcel at 4057 South Chapman Lane in All American Acres, Lot 7.
Motion by Evan Clapper. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Gabriel Whitek. Discussion.
Just to clarify for the record, by regarding further subdivision, you mean prohibiting further subdivision? Is that what you want to see?
Yes.
Any other discussion?
Yeah, I have a comment or two. I will probably be voting against this. I love the Strawbell home look. I also like All American Acres. I've driven out there many times. I don't think that the 4 lots, 4 quarter-acre lots look like the rest of the neighborhood. I do realize there is a development going up across the street on Chapman Lane. I do realize that there's White Horse out there as well. But having said that, the quarter-acre lots just aren't, I mean, there's nowhere else in All American Acres where that is the case. So I guess I like the project. I like leaving agricultural area open. I guess I would like to see a halfway, some kind of a compromise reach that's, you know, larger lots. I mean, the other issue for me is ADUs have been mentioned. I realize that's totally up to the individual owners, but if you were to put, you know, an ADU on each of those, there's 8 homes in a 1-acre area. So I guess if I had my say, I would probably recommend half-acre lots. Then even if you get 4 ADUs, you've got 8 homes on 2 acres, which is kind of a step. It's a compromise step between, you know, the quarter-acre density and the density that's across the street. And that large leftover 3-acre parcel could still be utilized for agriculture, although I do have a question about how that would work. It almost seems like that parcel belongs to the 5th homeowner, and they would be the only ones that could really utilize that for agriculture. Not that that's going to happen, but it would be great if somehow it could be a community type garden. Anyway, those are my thoughts. I have a lot of respect for Community Rebuilds, a lot of respect for Kalen and his planning processes, and I appreciate all of the extra information he gave, but I will probably vote against this one.
For me, you know, he's not, the project isn't requesting any kind of change to the density. It's just, on the 5 acres, you know, the underlying house per acre is staying the same. And I think that, you know, as we see more and more 1-acre spots, that it kind of leads to almost more of a sprawl feel. I like the 5-acre lots, and then, you know, if there are folks that don't necessarily want acres and acres of weeds, here's a spot that they can go. And because it's not requesting any more units on the 5 acres, I feel like there should be some allowance for them to kind of like decide where they're going to go to a degree. And so, you know, this isn't a high density housing overlay request or anything like that. And so, to your point, Jalen, I would feel comfortable with a larger lot also, but this is what came forward to us, and I feel comfortable with it.
And I'll just respond and say, I understand all that. I understand the overall density is not changing, but when you drive out there and visualize 4 homes right there in a row on Easy Street, it just doesn't fit into the character of the neighborhood for me.
If I may, I think this PUD can secure critical, accessible, affordable housing that could really otherwise turn into second homes or you know, some other purpose that I think wouldn't be addressing needs. I think it's a creative solution that doesn't increase that base density. As far as character goes, you know, with the surrounding developments, I worked out on Chapman for almost a year on a construction site out there. I'm pretty familiar with it. I think there were some really nice renderings provided as a part of this application, and I think that still fit right in.
Thank you. That's a yes. When, the clarification that only 2 of the lots would be coming from off of Easy Street was nice to hear, and the other 2 come off Chapman. I think the only way to make houses really affordable is not to have larger lots. And so I would vote in favor of this PUD. Greg?
Well, obviously, I like 5-acre lots because that's what I've got. Got a lot of negative comments coming from residents along Easy Street. I didn't get a lot of positive comments from people that actually lived out there. Got some positive comments from people that would be employed out there or possibly end up having a house there, but got a lot of negative from the neighbors. So I'm going to have to go with a no.
Motion fails 3-2. We are now on item N, discussion. We are through our action items. We are to the discussion portion of our meeting. We are discussion on when to resume meetings in the county council chamber. Chairman McGann. Or chairwoman, I guess. I wanted to bring this up because I think unless we have a huge peak in COVID cases in our county, it might be something we would want to look at doing, having in-person meetings at some point in the future. I have no specific plan. I was thinking perhaps the first meeting or second meeting in July, unless someone really wanted to push it and do it for our next meeting. I think we would have to come up with a plan that perhaps we wouldn't do tonight. That's why I'm thinking more of the meeting of July is to decide when we wanted to start our meetings and then get a small group of 2 or 3 council members and perhaps Chris Baird to come up with a plan on how we could do that safely, as safe as possible at these times, and then present that at our next meeting. That was pretty much what I thought we should do. I know they have had some meetings. Last night they had a airport meeting. I was hoping that that Rory would still be on so he could tell us how that went. I know they had their airport meeting in person. I don't know what other districts are considering or boards, but I do think it's time that we at least start planning for the possible in-person meetings. So those are my thoughts, and I would like to hear from the council of how they think we should proceed, or if anyone has a specific idea. Greg.
Yeah, just to let you know, the last transportation meeting that we held was held in person. We maintained distance. We had masks, and there wasn't a lot of people there. So, I mean, but those, we never get public there anyway.
And there's only 3 on the board, correct?
Yeah. So, I mean, it's a small group, and yeah, we just had the meeting in person. Worked out great.
Anyone else?
I have to say I'm still feeling really hesitant about this. I think we're looking at being in an enclosed space. These meetings can go on for 4 or 5 hours, where it's becoming basically a party of our airborne particles. If it's a matter of wearing a mask, honestly, I would rather be here on Zoom without a mask than in person with a mask. To me, that's not really attractive. in gaining all of this experience of interacting with people with a mask. To me, that's, you know, I'm getting used to this a lot quicker than I am getting used to trying to interact with people with masks on, personally. And then just in terms of inviting the public in, you know, that adds a whole, that's even, you know, my concern even is just our, you know, our council being in the same space, you know, sharing. And that, you know, even, and then the thought of bringing the public in as well. I mean, I'm not sure if we, yeah.
So you're lucky that you're not ready to open up even in July. You're looking further down that you would be more comfortable having.
I'll say that the second meeting in July, you know, as you had suggested, depending on how this thing looks like it's spreading and progressing, I wouldn't rule that one out personally. But yeah, at this point, my guard is still very much up.
And I would like to see for myself, I would like to have some scientific criteria such as that we haven't, that either they're, you know, that we would come up, the people that made the plan would come up with some criteria as to like there's been no new COVID or the COVID has stayed very flat as part of the deciding factor as to when we open. Chris, you had your hand raised. Chris Baird?
I just wanted to agree with you, what you just said, Mary. I think it's more effective to have a conversation about the circumstances that you would feel comfortable with in terms of resuming council chamber meetings, either, you know, in total or in hybrid form, you know, part electronic and part in person, rather than coming up with some defined timeline. And so the question really that I'm posing to department heads, elected officials, council members, et cetera, is, you know, under what circumstances would you feel comfortable proceeding with in-person meetings again? And so I think that's a better discussion to have than when or what the timeline is going to be.
I agree.
We just got a text also, you know, there's I guess the state's commission or committee on COVID-19 is going to call a special meeting to consider going to green this weekend statewide. So I don't know what the implications of those kinds of things are on us as government, but I would like, I think it's time for everybody to start thinking about how and under what circumstances we would begin to meet in person again and, you know, reopen the courthouse and for each office to come up with a plan. I think everybody's a little different, you know, some employees are in the at-risk category, some aren't. And some employees live with at-risk people and some don't. So, I mean, it really, it's an individual thing. And I think that each department and each individual has different needs and different levels of risk. And so I think that, you know, that needs to be taken into consideration. And so it's not a one size fits all kind of thing, but I do want everybody to start thinking about it and to come up with specifics. I don't think it's really fair anymore or useful to be nebulous and just say, well, we don't know. We're just going to keep going with this and we don't know or have any idea about how we're going to begin to phase back into the use of the courthouse and the chambers, et cetera. So I'm really kind of looking for, you know, those criteria that you would feel comfortable with.
Evan.
I can appreciate that for sure. I think some of the factors for me in the criteria won't necessarily be like what's going on out in the world as much as what's going on in the courthouse, in the sense that I could kind of imagine a hybridized start where there's folks in the chambers and public is able to participate there. But one of the things that I'm concerned with is I know that, to Gabe's point, the longer the meeting, the more exposure we have, and the more people in the room, the more exposure we have. And so I would be hesitant to be in a meeting where the chambers are packed. And so, even if it was over 20 people, I would start to be cringing some. And I think we probably had close to that on this phone call tonight. And so I don't know what the plan would be in order to kind of cycle folks through. I wouldn't want to ask folks to just stand in the hallway and bunch together there either. But if you imagine if we took out, if we only had every third chair occupied and tried to get some distance there, I feel like there would have to kind of be a need to have some people coming, some people going. And then there's this weird thing about how do you choose who's able to participate in the meeting and be in the room and who's not. And so I would like to see us utilize a hybrid sort of thing as as long as possible, because I think that it's important for citizens to be able to log in and watch and have that capability to participate remotely still, and be able to call in comments or log in Zoom as we've seen. But there's plenty of times when the chambers are full of folks who aren't even commenting. They're there to kind of support other commenters or to listen in. And I, for one, am hesitant to be in a room with no windows and, shut in with 50 people, 30 people, 20 people. That's still a bit for me now. So when would I feel comfortable in a room with 20 or 30 people? I would probably say after the state peaks. These past few days, we've seen record numbers of new cases, and they're going up and up and up. And so for me to, working as a guide, we have a strict kind of questionnaire that people go through. When I go to the dentist, they take my temperature in the parking lot and all that sort of stuff. I don't see us interviewing every person that comes into the chambers about their symptoms, taking their temperature, or any of that kind of stuff. And that's the kind of plans that I'm seeing enacted now when people are in close quarters for extended periods of time. So for me to kind of have that loosey-goosey, anybody can come and go, it's going to have to, I would feel comfortable after the state peaks and our daily number of new COVID cases is declining.
Greg?
Yeah, it's been 1 week since Memorial Day. So this next week should be the telling week where if we have a lot of additional cases that have been started over Memorial Day, they should start showing up in the next week to 10 days. That'll give us an idea about the impact of large groups coming down here at any one time. So I would feel comfortable on not putting down a specific time to reopen, but based upon what kind of evidence the health department comes up with about where we are on the virus. So if we have any big events scheduled, that's going to definitely impact things. So yeah, my wife is probably very susceptible to it at this point. So I would be hesitant about being in a closed room with a lot of people.
Thank you. Christina?
I just want to weigh on a few things. As to the county cases, our cases have doubled in the last week. So just keep that in mind. Two, the commission actually voted today to go to green. So their recommendation as of this afternoon is to go to green starting this weekend, but now the governor has to act. And so the media that's coming out is being quoted as the governor probably won't open everyone to green, whether or not Grand County would get some sort of allowance without request, we don't know, or whether we need to request that and whether we'd get it or not is something for another day, since we just got this information. And then third, I just want to emphasize, because if the state does go to green and if Grand County is forced to green, I'm sure we'll get some pressure to open the county council chambers. You guys have all articulated why there are issues with that. These risk levels are about government imposing regulation on private business. So it does not mean we need to open. We can do what we want, as we've discussed earlier in the meeting.
Just
So
to
what I'm
piggyback,
hearing- Go ahead, Evan.
I was just going to say a big reason or justification for opening the state up is as an economic driver, and us holding a council meeting isn't going to make anybody any money being in the chambers and taking on that added risk.
So what I'm hearing, and you can let me know if I'm hearing right, is at this point, no one's excited or interested in resuming in-person meetings, probably either this month nor next month, but that we would like to, I think Chris is asking us to start looking at what the criteria is, coming up with some type of criteria that says when these conditions happen, then we will consider a slow opening up, say only letting people call in for, so that we have some type of plan that we can say and put forth. So that's what I'm hearing, is no one wants to open up soon, probably not in June or July. But that we should right now, maybe have a couple people work on developing the criteria for when we start to consider having meetings in person. And when that happens, how do we deal with the public and how do we deal with other people? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, I don't see much value in just the council meeting without the public present. And so I would really focus on the, what is that having the public in the room look like?
Who's interested in working on creating the criteria and a plan on how to start opening, having in person?
I'd be willing to be a team member on that.
Okay.
I will.
Okay, so that makes 3. So there we are. Can't have more, or unless somebody would rather do it than me. So we can talk on phone or conference call, email each other, and work with Chris and probably Orion to figure out how's the safest thing or what kind of criteria we need.
I think there's a lot of guidelines in place already about, people per square foot and that sort of thing. And so just applying that to the square footage that we have. And I think there are even some with timeline guidelines. I think the real crux is figuring out how to cycle citizens in and out for their agenda items and so forth.
Okay, well, we have 3 people willing to work
Great.
on this. And so, yes.
Yeah, we also need to consider the citizens contaminating each other too.
Yeah.
Not
So
just
there's a lot
us.
there's a lot to consider.
Yeah.
Sounds like we have Greg and Evan and myself will work on it. And if anybody else has ideas that they want to share with us, please do so. Please.
And if I could just add, sorry, Mary, I interrupted you.
Okay. No, don't.
And
Go
I think I don't want to portray the library as a guinea pig or anything. I mean, I'm obviously hoping for the best and moving forward for them, but it could be really useful to closely monitor what happens in terms of providing an example. It's a county building that's opening. There's going to be a lot of public coming and going, but there's going to be staff installed there. So we can closely look at that, and maybe that'll be a guiding force for us in this.
Great.
Thank you. I think we have a path forward, and that is what we needed. Calendar, Mallory?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, so we don't have any events, but the special events committee is going to start meeting again next week. Elaine is running that, so the first meeting will be on June 10th via Zoom, of course. And
Hey,
how,
Mallory?
yep,
I think that Elaine wanted to postpone that. I haven't really talked with her. I just saw her that she sent an email out tonight indicating she wanted to postpone that. We do have to meet actually fairly soon. It's another probably more pressing issue, both for the events permitting committee and also maybe even the council to consider how we're going to interpret
I didn't hear any of that. It just kind of sounded slurred.
Oh, sorry.
Can you say that again?
Yeah. So Elaine sent an email this evening or earlier in the afternoon indicating that I think that she wanted to postpone that meeting on the 10th. Did you hear that? Mallory? Anyway, can the council?
Mallory, did you hear the meeting?
I heard you, Chris.
All right.
I'm not sure if Mallory did.
Mallory's phone is muted.
And you were never slurred for me, Chris.
So
Sorry,
it is a
Chris,
question because the
Mallory's back.
but Chris, my
Can you hear us,
internet
Mallory?
obviously is not ideal. If you want to just go ahead and share.
So I was just saying that the state's guidelines, for yellow or green or whatever phase that an event happened to fall in are really too vague for us to give specific direction to event organizers. And I just took a call this afternoon. In fact, an event organizer had been reading through the guidelines and was really having a hard time interpreting them and how they would affect this person's event. And so I do think that we need to work with the event permitting committee and also the health department on providing more specific guidelines and interpreting the guidelines from the state in such a way that it's relatively clear how these events need to mitigate COVID-19 concerns. And so that's something to just bring up. And, I think that the event permitting committee will play a big role in that, but we may have to also bring, some interpretation to the council. Obviously, events are probably going to be some of the higher risk activities in the county, or could be if they're not properly mitigated. And so that's something to keep in mind. But I would say that, the biggest hurdle is that the guidelines are not super specific, but I do believe that there's, I heard Gabe say earlier that the health departments were going to specifically dig into event mitigation. Is that right, Gabe?
Yeah, Braden at the meeting just sort of let us in that he's been privy to that discussion starting to happen about specific guidelines for events.
Well, yeah, I mean, we've got time to come up with a plan and I think determine when we want to initiate in-person meetings and whatnot. But I think our latitude for doing events or whatever, or instituting, mitigations that may extend beyond what the state level guidelines are kind of over. And we need to really get on that and start to figure out how to proceed with events under whatever state level risk category. So that's something that's coming up, and I know it's going to, be difficult in part because the staff, that deals with event permitting has been furloughed for the most part. So it's one of those issues where there's a lot of work to be done, but the people that do that work are furloughed or otherwise engaged in covering the You know, it's getting kind of tight trying to figure out all the different, how to meet all the different needs given considerably fewer resources that we have right now. And I know it probably stresses Elaine out to have to deal with the event committee without her event committee staff.
Chris, if there's a meeting scheduled around that, I could possibly attend for moral support. I wouldn't mind making the ask to the health department to kind of like, if they're starting to think about that, to kind of lean on them for some guidance. I'd rather keep people in the loop all along so that we don't get pushback that are saying you can't do this or that, you know. So hopefully there's some other resources that we can lean on besides just Elaine's office.
Okay. Yeah, it's going to be a challenge, but we'll hopefully get it pulled together here pretty soon, because there are a few events that have rescheduled for, you know, right around now, and so this is the time when we need to start figuring it out for some of them. All right, Mallory, you want to get back to the rest of it, if there are any more?
That was all that I have for right now. In terms of the Open Public Meeting Act training, still encouraging people to do that online. The auditors did check that. So it is something we need to make sure everybody is completing each year. But that is it. Thank you, Chris.
I like the online training. I think it's very effective. I've been doing it for the last 2 years. So is there anything else? We have completed our agenda. It is 8:10 and I will adjourn this meeting of the Grand County Council, June 2nd, 2020. Thank you. I will, Jay Lynn will be acting as chair for the rest of the week. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.